Well, well, how do you do there? Howdy dowdy doody. Tomorrow is Friday the 13th, but today is Scratched Up Live number 13. How about those eggs in that basket? Friends and family, welcome back if you've been here before, or welcome for the first time if, like most of you, have never been here before. Congratulations, you made it to Quarter Day Recordings, home of the Scratched Up live stream show. My name is Derek Obscure. And Scratched Up Live is your first stop on YouTube for hip hop discussion and production. So let's give it up for that. We are rocking and rolling here on the Quarter Day Recordings channel. Getting into lots of little dramas on the internet, and things are bubbling and boiling up out here on the streets, on the Quarter Day streets. This is the neighborhood. This is the block, the Quarter Day Street block, and there's a lot of drama that goes on different avenues and different streets throughout the week. You're gonna kind of have to, if you want to know in real time what's going on, you gotta give the channel a follow, and you also gotta give the Quarter Day Recordings social medias a follow if you want to stay up to date with what's going on day by day, because shit is bubbling and popping off every day. I'm telling you guys, funny things are happening pretty much based off the content that I'm making here on YouTube. Interactions with people like RXK Nephew. Also interactions with people like cannabis fans who are actually insane and kind of psychotic, which I've come to learn, and we'll dive into that a little bit pretty soon here. So yeah, this is kind of a plug for Quarter Day Recordings social media, at Quarter Day Recordings, no spaces, no periods, on TikTok, on Instagram, and on Threads. You could also follow my accounts at Derek Obscure on Threads and Instagram. But since I already mentioned it, we might as well just, at the top of the show here, I gotta ask, my friends. I gotta ask. And maybe somebody can explain to me, that'll help me understand what's going on. Or maybe they can explain for themselves. But my question here is, what do you call it? Yeah, my question, if this is like scientific research here, this is my, what I'm trying to solve. I guess they call it my hypothesis. This is something of a hypothesis here, but really just a question. Why are cannabis fans so insufferable? I'm talking about Canibus, the rapper. If you are clueless on who Canibus is, which, bless your soul, don't come out as that, because these people will shove it down your throat how wrong you are, when you didn't even ask for it. But so if you're a little clueless on cannabis, go watch the Quarter Day Recordings video titled "Cannabis," more like Scamabus. And I give a little quick rundown on who Cannabis is. We'll kind of look into his past, and then we look into what controversies he's currently in right now, which include collecting money from music industry professionals, with the basically what he has done, or what he's been accused of doing by his own manager, is collect money from different sources to create specific albums that he never delivered on. After, like, as I understand it, like years of waiting, nothing from Cannabis, while he's working off a full-time job doing other things. So he's like kind of got this racket going on, as far as I understand it, according to Almighty M80. Just gotta go watch the video to get all the details. But according to his former industry manager, who has, I've done some research at this point, seems to be a pretty legit guy in the music industry, in the underground hip hop scene. as far as like having different connections in the industry. He called out cannabis. He called out cannabis for pocketing money with the promise of delivering on multiple albums worth of music and then never delivering on those promises. So, cannabis fans, if that's y'all's goat, you know, he should at least return some of the money, or at least, at the very least, give a statement on this. But no, everything I've come to learn about cannabis is that he makes horrible decisions. He never makes a peep or an explanation or gives any sort of, like, at the very least, explanation of why or what he's done. And then he just lets his ravenous fan base defend him tirelessly and basically futilely, because it's just ridiculous. You know, like, the man is a scammer. First off, okay, that's first off. The man is a scammer, and we're gonna get into what I'm exactly talking about. We're gonna crack into some of these, but before I do, this man is scamming you guys. If you're a big fan of cannabis, this is directly, I'm talking to you, cannabis fan group, whoever ended up here on my comments and disliked this video and shit just because you want to defend cannabis. The man has accusations from a pretty credible source of basically stealing money. And so let's kind of crack into it. And then he also, not to mention the crypto pump and dump scam that cannabis promoted on his Instagram. And then if you go to his Instagram and look in the comments, there are people complaining about how they aren't receiving items from his Shopify store. So, you know, this isn't just one brush stroke that I'm painting here. This is adding up to be quite the mural. So let's see, 25 comments. This is like the most comments I've ever gotten on a video. There's no reason this video needs 25 comments with 932 views. Thank you for the views, though. But, y'all, so 13 days ago, people, this is just the chirp and chime. This is the chirp, the spin room, as they call it, right? The chirping birds. Cannabis is, was, and always will be 1,000% real hip-hop. So, right off the bat, cannabis fans are coming out losing. Like, they are coming out not strong at all. They're coming out, like, I thought, so this is what happened, I think. So, Eminem dissed cannabis early on, right? So, forever, cannabis fans, this diehard cannabis fan group, has probably boycotted Eminem to a certain extent. They've probably made it their goal to not pay attention to Eminem, to not care about Eminem. So I think they missed the whole wave of Eminem getting basically critically destroyed for saying things like, "We are real hip hop. This is the real hip hop. Cannabis is, was, and always be 1,000% real hip hop who can rap technically, you know, no one can rap technically like cannabis, so no one raps better than cannabis." You know, that was the Eminem defense for a long time. I think they missed that, because at this point, nobody should be, you know, if you're you know, hip hop is supposed to be cool, right? Like, that's kind of like the first rule to hip hop is cool factor, the cool factor, okay? Cannabis fan group has, were they ever even there? They probably were there at one point, but at this point, whoever's left is so phased out, so strung out on cannabis, so they're just on a live wire, dude, and they're just strung out on cannabis here, and they completely missed every they missed every I don't know, little intricate step of what hip hop has grown to become today. And so they're completely blind to how cringy and dumb this type of energy is. Moving on, cannabis the GOAT. You know, my statements maintain. I go, is he though? And then this person goes, yes, he is advanced, complex, scientifically speaking. So I can't tell if this guy's trolling me or not, but I'm going to assume that he legitimately thinks cannabis is the GOAT. You can also see this was translated to English, and this also has, and unrelated to that, translated to English, but this has 3 upvotes, 3 thumbs up. I'm probably getting ratioed under my own comments right here. Okay? This is why we're talking about this right now, because this is crazy. Who are these people? What are they doing? Cannabis is not cool. Cannabis is not 1,000% real hip hop. Nobody cares about cannabis. To be 1,000% real hip hop, people like the hip hop industry has to fuck with you. It's plain and simple, dude. I don't make the rules. So cannabis fans, chill. At least find a new GOAT. You can find a cheesy, corny GOAT that's not a scammer. So yeah, he's advanced, complex, scientifically speaking. This guy's translated to English, so I'm assuming this was like something in probably not as like this is insane in English. He is advanced, complex, scientifically speaking. That must have been translated from a different language, right? So I had to give that an upvote. I just love that. Cannabis is advanced, complex, scientifically speaking. That actually might be my title here. That might actually be my title to bait y'all to click this video, so you guys can get a dose of reality. Cannabis fan group, greatest MC of all time, no doubt, hella doubt. Come on, guys, greatest MC of all time. Greatest MC of all time. What about Kendrick Lamar? Okay. Cannabis has never penned a single verse as thought-provoking as 75% of Kendrick Lamar verses. Come on. It's just, I know that. It's a fact. It's just a fact. So enough of this craziness. Cannabis is not the greatest MC of all time. Stop it. You two are silly geese, as you can see I say. I had to double that up. Silly take. And this guy says, even LL said cannabis was his toughest battle. Shout out to the Horsemen. Now this is interesting. So this comment, I'm kind of revisiting this here. This comment came out before the whole LL Cool J drama, which is another fan group that is pretty insufferable. Not LL Cool J, but Brad Paisley, which is, if you haven't watched the video, LL Cool J was accidentally racist. Brad Paisley was racist on purpose. Go watch that now. And go take a look at the comment section, because those people are crazy too. Maybe not as crazy as the cannabis fan group though. Someone says, this is sad. Biz is clearly mentally ill. He was my favorite rapper 10 years ago. Sounds like he fell off so hard he can't see straight. So this guy is excused from all of my critiques. This guy has the correct take. You can admit that you have been a cannabis fan in the past, and that maybe at one point he was your GOAT. But you got to give it up, guys. It's just sad at this point. This guy gets it. I gave that one a heart. Wait. You made a video about cannabis, and you had no idea who he even is? So this one is not true. Of course I know who cannabis is. Right. Okay? As you can see, I say this. Of course I know who he is. The thing is, it's not very necessary to be super familiar with his music in the wider context of hip-hop. And that's just the damn truth. Okay? And that's like the point that I think these cannabis fans are having a really hard time grappling with. Their GOAT is actually very irrelevant in the wider context of hip-hop. It just, basically, in any context in hip-hop. In 2024. I don't think he's in a serious single hip-hop savant's GOAT list. Let's continue. What are you, some Slim Shady fanboy? This is not rap. This is hip-hop. Put respect on his name. Such a foolish video. Yes, me, just the Slim Shady fanboy. That's all I care about. Just Slim Shady. See, this person can't comprehend somebody having like multiple favorite rappers. You know what I mean? Like, this person is like Cannabis, 100%, nothing else. This is hip hop. Get that rippity rap out of this space. Get that crippity crap out of this space. This is a hip hop space, not room for kitty raps. Okay, Mr. Slim Shady fanboy. Alright, that's enough. Be honest, you didn't watch the video. And then another person comes. They're double teaming me here. This is why I'm making this video, because they're like piling on me in this comment section, which is fine, but we're talking about cannabis. We're talking about cannabis, people. Like, come on. How is there so many of you? Yeah, he didn't do his homework as far as cannabis. Large contribution to hip hop lyrics. Large contribution to hip hop lyrics. Cannabis invented words. Like, I guarantee you, there is nothing that impressive at this point. The whole lyrical miracle rapping fast thing, it's just not that impressive. Random people off the street can do it very well, which is it's just one of those things that's kind of become, it's so cliche that it's not impressive to anybody else at this point, for the most part. So, cannabis contribution to hip hop lyrics. What does that even mean? As if people reuse lyrics, like a contribution to hip hop lyrics. Nobody's contributed to hip hop lyrics. You know, everybody only contributes to their own lyrics. And you're gonna say, that's bullshit, bro. Like, the thing that gets inspired by people, passed down along from hip hop artist to hip hop artist, is not lyrics. Honestly, people really don't give a shit about lyrics. Really, I do. But the general music listener, what gets passed down is like flows, production styles, vocal tones. You know what I mean? So, come on. Large cannabis invented words. Alright, and then this one's interesting. So, this one was actually made me get off my ass a little bit. So, they say, you need to research M80 first before judging on Biss. Yes, all these artists have skeletons and misdealings, but you're talking about an artist that put most of his issues on Front Street and cleared up talks when asked directly, no filter. Asked the rest of Horsemen about M80, then put out your video on the matter correctly. What did I say? Oh yeah, so I just kind of skip over. I go, anyways, to recap, Cannabis allegedly collected money from several people to create albums that he never created and that I believe he never intended to create. He promoted a crypto pump and dump scam to his fans, and if you go to his Instagram, the comments are filled with warnings of his Shopify store being a scam with people complaining they never received their items. Your goat is a scammer, and his music has had little to no impact on hip-hop music at large. Hey, I upvoted myself, but somebody gave me a little thumbs up there. And then this guy is you a bot. Can't really hear you. I am indeed a bot. So I said, maybe I do need to do some research on M80. So I did just that. I was surprised what I found. I think I should have copied this, but where was it? Yeah, it was this Validated magazine, right? So this is the guy that made the original claims, which, again, if you haven't watched the video, go back and watch Cannabis, more like Scamabus. I'm trying to find it. Rap is out of control. No. Oh, maybe this is. There was this, like, blog that talked about all these are let's see, I need to find this. So this is it. The people they say, oh, he's a sketchy dude for this. So he sells rappers' verses on open market. So this is just kind of like this is a common way to do business as a rapper these days. So there's nothing like sketchy about this. They're trying to smear Mark almighty M80, Mark Markov. This is the cannabis fan group. There was like this cannabis blog that I went to. I wish I could find it right now, but it was people talking about this shit. Like, I didn't even realize what I stumbled into. People were already talking about, like, there's this whole cannabis ecosystem with this, like, ravaged fan base that's, like, so quick to defend every single thing cannabis does. And what I found was, like, people don't like M80 because of his business, I don't know, what do you call it, business structure with just, like, selling pre-recorded verses to people. It's, like, it doesn't really matter. You know, he's still working with people. He's still a respected name in the industry. I haven't seen anything to say that to damage his credibility. You know what I mean? So all this shit he said in this video that I go over in this video here, all this, I have no reason to not believe it. His credibility is 100% not in question. See, this is an article praising his business, his profitable career. Lawrence Central IUPUI alum makes most of his hip-hop connections. So this guy's, like, respected. See? Here he is with DMX. He arranged for DMX to record at Azimuth Studios in Indianapolis. So, you know what I mean? Y'all trying to question M80's credibility, and I can't stand for that shit. I can't stand for that shit, because this man called out a scammer. So M80, if you're out there, actually I might reach out to you and see if there's any updates so we can get more coverage on this situation, more coverage and more light shine on this story of yours. So maybe you'll see this video, but regardless, I think I'm going to reach out to you and see if I get some updated statements on where your situation with cannabis is at. So that was fun. I could also say some things about the Brad Paisley fan group, but maybe we'll save that one for next week. If you're curious right now in this moment, when you're done watching this video, go watch my latest video about LL Cool J and go look at the comments and watch me fight for my fucking life in the comment section of my own video, because I can't let these Southern Pride folk muddy up the waters on my own damn channel, you know what I mean? So if you're interested, I'll probably go over it one of these weeks, but go watch this video. LL Cool J was accidentally racist. Brad Paisley was racist on purpose. And go take a look at these crazy ass, the length of these fucking comments I'm getting. Wait, where was the other one? Yeah, here it is. Look at this comment I got last night. Huge YouTube comment. Kind of going like through like 5 or 6 different points that he had, saying that my video is terrible and awful. And so, you know, I had to go through politely and break down why he's wrong on each one of his points with the fucking source. You know, I take him down. Just go read it on your own. I'll read it another time. But we got some other things to get to. And we're also going to listen to some new music tonight. As we do on these Thursday streams now. It is New Music Thursday night. Tomorrow is New Music Friday. Which is actually Friday the 13th. As I mentioned at the top of the epi, and this is the 13th episode of Scratched Up Live, so that's kind of cool. Special Friday the 13th epi. But yes, we have new music this Friday, which means it drops tonight at midnight. And that's midnight Western time, right? Pacific time. And I'm in Missouri, so new music drops for me at 11 p.m. Thursday nights. Snaps. Snaps for that, people. Snaps for that. Therefore, we get to catch new music that drops tonight. And let's kind of get a little, I don't even remember what comes out tonight, honestly. We're going to listen to something. Oh, wait, I got another comment. Oh, God. Oh. Okay. I'm telling you, I get a bit of a heart drop every time I get a new comment on YouTube. This one I got on a past video that I haven't even talked about in a long time, with some support, and that is great. We love to see that. We love to see support of Quarter Day Recordings videos. Subscribe. This is a great moment to say it. Subscribe right now. Hit that bell notification. You never know when I'm gonna drop a video. You know, I do these streams on Thursday nights, and then I gotta edit all the fucking clips throughout the week. And sometimes I take longer than others. Sometimes I take shorter than others. I'm kind of dropping vids throughout the week, sprinkling them out throughout the week. So make sure to subscribe. Channel is growing, people. The channel is growing. Let's look at this. So this is I'm gonna be kind of learning about this with you guys. Haven't looked at the details of this. I've only seen the headline, but the White Stripes sue Trump campaign over use of Seven Nation Army. One of the greatest rock songs of all time. Easily in like probably the, I don't know. Like, I love this song. I think it's some people actually kind of hate the song at this point. I think I kind of heard that recently from someone. Like, maybe the song has mixed reviews these days. I don't necessarily know, but this is like, it'll never. It's got to be possibly in my top 25 songs of the 21st century. Okay, maybe top 50 songs of the 21st century. I feel like I can safely say that. But anyways, apparently the Trump campaign likes it too. So let's read a little bit. The Trump campaign may be going to Wichita before the November election, but the White Stripes would prefer formal. Oh my God. Derek can't read tonight. But the White Stripes would prefer former President Donald Trump stop traveling with their music as part of his playlist. Now, this is a thing that has happened quite a few times already at this point. Since 2016, maybe we can get a bit of a list going. Artists who said Trump can't use their music. Well, maybe that'll pop something up, because I want to know like how many people have. Here we go. We got a whole Wikipedia for this. Of course we do. And hopefully they've added White Stripes to this already. So, musicians who oppose Donald Trump's use of their music. A major aspect of Trump's presidential election campaigns. Uh-oh. Oh, no. Uh-oh. You want what?
My goose.
Your goose?
No.
You want your what?
I want my goose.
You're stinky. You smell like poop. She smells like poop. She smells like poop. Vivian, can you go upstairs, please?
Okay, yeah.
Is there something that you want from me?
Yes.
What do you want from me?
What tea?
You want to watch TV upstairs.
I want the Anna.
Upstairs.
The Anna.
No TV downstairs right now. You can hang out down here, but you can play with your toys.
No. Open my TV.
You can do TV upstairs.
No. Uncle on TV. Get out. No, Daddy. Get
You're invited. You're invited. You're invited. Alright. It was hot as shit. Alright. Yeah, so I'm just looking to see what artists have banned Trump or not blocked Trump from using their music in his 2016, 2020, and 2024 campaigns. These are musicians who voice opposition to the music being used at Trump rallies or for other political purposes, and the actions they took in response to the music's use. Oh, so this isn't just. I just want it specifically just for Trump or for other political purposes. Oh, this is specifically to Trump, just at his rallies or for other political purposes, specifically for Trump. Separately to the individual cases below, a group of artists including Mick Jagger, Lorde, Sia, Blondie, Sheryl Crow, Green Day, Lionel Richie, Elvis Costello, Keith Richards, Steven Tyler, and Roseanne Cash, in collab with the Artist Rights Alliance, have signed a letter demanding that politicians seek permission before playing their music at campaign rallies and public events. Yeah, obviously. Because the way that music licensing works for like public spaces like that to just play it is they companies or organizations will buy like a blanket license. They'll pay for blanket licensing from one of the PROs, one of the performing rights organizations. Here they are. Yeah, here we go. Fuck, I could have just kept reading. Venues and political campaigns can buy rights to play songs through licensing packages offered by BMI and ASCAP. BMI and ASCAP allow artists to remove a song from a campaign's political entities license. After BMI or ASCAP notifies the campaign of the song's removal, the campaign must stop using the song or risk legal action for copyright infringement. I think so. All this, I'm pretty sure, was all enacted. Oh, in 2012. Okay. So basically, politicians can just pay for this blanket package and then use whatever songs are, represented by BMI or ASCAP. And then, this is all happening without the artist's direct knowledge until it happens. Because the BMI or ASCAP is going to pay the artist regardless. And that's just how it works, because it's impossible to keep track of every song that every business plays in a public space, so they just have to do it by blanket licensing, which makes it complicated. But yeah, when the Trump campaign, there's plenty of preparation to go into that. So they need to get all of those songs cleared, and hopefully artists who don't like what Trump represents say something about it. So ABBA, Adele, Aerosmith, Aha, The Animals, The Beatles, Beyonce, Bruce Springsteen, Celine Dion, Creedence Clearwater Revival, Cursed, Earth, Wind and Fire, Eddie Grant, Elton John, Everlast, The Foo Fighters, Free, Guns N' Roses, Isaac Hayes, Johnny Marr, Leonard Cohen, Linkin Park, Luciano Pavarotti. This is a lot of people. Neil Young. This is like all of the artists. Nickelback. Not Nickelback. Trump was for sure. He for sure thought Photograph was going to be fine, dude. Sales of the real version song jumped over 5%, 500% in the days just afterwards, despite the takedown. Good for them. Nico Vega, The O'Jays, Ozzy Osbourne, Panic at the Disco, Pharrell Williams, Phil Collins, Prince, Queen, REM, Rihanna, Rolling Stones, Sinead O'Connor, Spinal Tap, Tom Petty, Twisted Sister, Village People, The White Stripes, which we'll dive into, and Johan Lemoyne. So, the White Stripes here. Following a political ad for the Trump campaign using the song Seven Nation Army by the White Stripes in October 2016, lead singer Jack White and his former wife, drummer Meg White, issued a statement that they did not give permission for Trump to use their music, nor were they implying their support for him. The record label Third Man Records asked Trump not to use the White Stripes or any of Third Man Records material for his rallies. In the weeks following, they also released merchandise referencing their final studio album, Icky Thump, renaming it Icky Trump and including altered lyrics related to the ideologies of Trump and his supporters. That's cool. Let's see if we can listen to that. This is part of the story, people. This is all part of the full picture leading up to the White Stripes actually going as far as suing the Trump campaign. And I didn't know this strife between them, between the White Stripes and Donald Trump, dates back to 2016, which I'm kind of vaguely remembering now, maybe? But I don't think I ever watched this video or listened to the song. This isn't their song. No, this isn't White Stripes video. This is just a YouTube video with the Icky Trump song. Icky Trump. Oh, wait. Oh, so they just printed lyrics. They didn't re-record the song. In the weeks following, they also released merchandise referencing the renaming it Icky Trump and including altered lyrics related to the ideologies of Trump and his supporters. Um, so this guy just does the lyrics on his own. Okay, let's check it. Yeah, fuck Trump. This is the energy today. Yeah. Jack White probably hates Trump. White Stripes suing Donald Trump. Okay. Oh wait. This is kinda dumb. What the fuck, dude? All right, shout out Sierra Wilmoth. I'll definitely link this in the description. Icky Trump. So, anyways, after Trump campaign staffer used Seven Nation Army in an August 29, 2024 post on X, Jack White posted on Instagram, "Oh, don't even think about using my music, you fascists. Lawsuit coming from my lawyers about this to add to your 5,000 others." On September 9, 2024, Jack White and Meg filed a complaint in the U.S. District Court for the Southern District of New York alleging copyright infringement. The complaint also noted that the band objected to Trump's use of their music because they vehemently opposed the policies adopted and actions taken by defendant Trump when he was president and those he has proposed for the second term he seeks. So, does this have legs? I mean, in an X post, I don't know. I don't think they're looking to get money out of this. I think they're just looking to protest Trump, which is absolutely necessary and awesome of them. So, hell yeah, White Stripes. Let's see if there's more info. Accusing Trump in his campaign of flagrant misappropriation and copyright infringement. So, flagrant misappropriation, is that something you can sue somebody for? The complaint obtained by CNN states the two musicians vehemently okay. Flagrant misappropriation, is that we're gonna chat GPT this, my friends. I just got a question for my friend Chat GPT real quick. Hopefully you don't mind. Oh wait, I need to log in my. This needs to be logged under my. Oops. Under my account here, I need to log in. Okay, well, whatever. That's not gonna work. Can you sue someone for? Can you sue someone for this flagrant misappropriation? Yes, you can sue someone for what you describe as flagrant misappropriation, but the specifics would depend on the legal context and jurisdiction. Misappropriation generally refers to the wrongful or illegal use of someone else's property for ideas. For example, intellectual property. If someone has used your patented invention, copyrighted work, or trademark without permission, you could potentially sue for misappropriation of intellectual property, trade secrets, breach of contract. The term flagrant suggests that okay. Cool. Good to know. Their complaint obtained by CNN states two musicians vehemently oppose blah blah blah. CNN has reached out to the Trump campaign and representatives for Jack White for comment. The two artists stopped performing together as White Stripes in 2011. Last month, Jack White said he would seek legal action after Margot Martin, a deputy director of communications for the Trump campaign, shared on social media a since deleted video of Trump boarding a plane with Seven Nation Army playing. So, Margot Martin, a deputy director of communications for the Trump campaign. So, I wonder if he posted it on the Trump social media account. Obviously, they're one of their campaign's accounts, so I guess it doesn't really matter. In the White's lawsuit, their attorneys write that the defendants chose to ignore and not respond to plaintiffs' pre-litigation efforts to resolve the matters as issue in this action, leaving plaintiffs no choice but to seek judicial recourse in order to hold defendants accountable. Trump he just ignores shit, Obviously, he doesn't have the resources or the nobody would have the capacity to worry about this with all the other legal stuff on his plate, but still. Jack and Meg White are among several artists who have objected to Trump using their music for his campaign. We already read about that. The state of soul singer Isaac Hayes also sued the Trump campaign for copyright infringement. Last week, a federal judge issued a preliminary injunction for the Trump campaign on further use of the song Hold On and Come In, marking the first time a court has ordered Trump to stop using particular music despite artists' public objections this election cycle. Interesting. Okay, so now there's actually precedent for this being stopped. Don't necessarily care who the politician is. The politician absolutely needs to get direct permission to use a song because of messaging reasons. It could be security reason. I don't know. The same reason that they have laws on political ad campaigns on TV. And pretty sure there's a law where they have to show political ads back to back, with an opposing viewpoint, right? This is under those type of protections because lyrics can be cut out of context, especially for something that's as serious as a political rally. So Trump is essentially using the words of these artists against them, their own words against them, which I don't necessarily have an issue with for comedic purposes. But this ain't funny business. This ain't funny business. You know what I mean? This is serious business. We gotta win this election out here. We gotta beat Trump out here, people. We can't have him risking playing Seven Nation Army. I'm not even joking. People might like that shit too much. Alright. Do you guys want to know what the difference between a mixtape and an album is? I think I can give a little bit of an analysis on that. I think people are curious about this. And I think I could provide some clarity. So originally, like a mixtape was I don't know what it was in the 80s. I'm going to be real. Let's look up what the origin of a mixtape on ChatGPT real quick. Because I know the modern history of mixtape. But we can kind of look at what is the origin and history of mixtapes and hip hop. I asked ChatGPT, what is the origin and history of mixtapes and hip hop? The concept of mixtapes and hip hop has a rich and layered history. So I'm just here for the early roots stuff, and then I'll give my own analysis of the current stuff. But here's a detailed look at its origin and evolution. Early roots, DJ Culture. The origin of mixtapes can be traced back to the 70s when DJs in the Bronx, like Kool Herc, began creating and distributing tapes of their live sets. These were early forms of mixtapes, often featuring a blend of different tracks and DJ techniques. So originally, it's a scraped and scratched together, much like Scratched Up is. You see the connection here, people. You see how authentic this shit is here. So mixtapes were scratched up, different tracks, and transitions between songs, basically capturing live performances It's pretty. The original mixtapes were like just capturing a DJ's live performance, because a DJ will play tons of different songs and then transition between them, and so essentially that's what it was. That's what a mixtape was. Whereas an album in the 70s, if you think about what's an album in the 70s, well, an album is, or even is and was, a commercially released product, usually with like some big bucks behind it, but not always. You know, there's independent albums, but you know, usually albums have a budget. Usually albums have more coherent structure to them, but not always. So each album's going to be a bit different, but essentially an album is a commercially released originally vinyl, right, record, because an album and LP, the reason albums are the typical length that they are is because of how long a vinyl, like the physicality of a vinyl, like how much space is on a vinyl for how many songs. Well, you can fit 3 to 4 on the front side, 3 to 4 on the back, and then you have 2 discs, and you know that's like the most cost-effective way to do it, like profit margins and shit. You know, adding more discs is just gonna eat into your profit. So 1 or 2 discs, and so that's the typical length of an album. You know, there's a reason albums are that length, but then there's also a reason that, you know, I think that there's almost an even deeper connection between the physicality of the vinyl, and that's the reason why albums are kind of like the length they are, but then also that's kind of like the attention span of humans. So like our physical creation of the vinyl doesn't really outpace the attention span of humans. So like the music technology and music, they're married. They're one and the same. They're connected in even more spiritual ways than I think we can comprehend. That's what an album is. A mixtape is like pretty much originally is like a live recording of a DJ set, which would then be recorded onto tapes and shit, and then eventually that switched to CDs, and then that turned into a mixtape just becoming a person's like playlist on a CD pretty much, and they would give those mixtapes out to friends because they'd be like, this is my favorite group of, you know, this is my favorite music, let me give my CDs out. Or an artist that doesn't have the major label budget yet, but has a bunch of songs recorded and is just trying to promote their music and put it out to the streets and not sell it. They're not really crafting a body of work. They're throwing the mix of songs that they've created onto one medium to promote themselves, so then they can actually create albums, right? Let's see what development and impact. The 90s boom. Underground movement. In the 90s, mixtapes became a crucial platform for underground and emerging artists to gain exposure. And obviously this is predating the internet. So once the internet became a thing in the early aughts, in the 2010s, mixtapes shaped into a different type of form. But at this point in the 90s, they're just still physical, and then became crucial. It's a crucial platform for underground and emerging artists, as it was in the 2010s, and still kind of today. They often featured rare tracks and collabs that weren't available on official albums. This period also saw the rise of mixtape pioneers like DJ Clue, Funk Flex, and Tony Touch, who contributed to the mixtape's growing popularity. The 2000s era, digital revolution. 2000s brought significant changes with the rise of digital technology. Mixtapes transitioned from physical formats like cassette tapes and CDs to digital downloads and streaming. Websites and platforms like DatPiff and Live Mixtapes emerged, allowing artists to distribute their work more widely and efficiently. And this is when I came in. And where my understanding of mixtape kind of begins. And thank you, ChatGPT, for filling in the past that I kind of had a vague idea of, but was able to put it into words for me. But so Dat Piff. Nowadays, when people think of mixtapes, they think of Dat Piff, and you're like, what the fuck is a Dat Piff? Well, obviously, it's a mixtape website where artists would, mixtapes, kind of took the form of famous rappers rapping on other people's beats and then giving it out to fans for free, right? The classic Lil Wayne style, because they can't rap on other people's beats and then sell those on commercial albums. So it was actually genius, and it's something that it's kind of lost from hip hop today. Although I don't like to say that too much. Like, that's kind of silly, because nothing's really lost from hip hop. It's just not in style right now. You know what I mean? So, but the legality, the copyright makes it difficult too, obviously. But so when people were doing this back in the day, Lil Wayne was hopping on everybody's beats, and really, in hindsight, like, so genius, dude, so genius. Everybody would do it. Drake would do it. Wiz Khalifa would do it. Mac Miller would do it. Kendrick Lamar would do it. It was the greatest. What a time to be alive. It was. Everybody rapping on everybody else's beats. Lupe Fiasco would do it all the time. Lupe still kind of does it. So those were mixtapes, because you can't put those on streaming. This is kind of before streaming. You couldn't sell those on your commercial album. Still can't. So before Apple and Spotify and Tidal and all the streaming services and Amazon and YouTube, once they locked up all of the copyright systems online, that kind of style of mixtape, it went away a bit. There was also SoundCloud. People were, doing things on SoundCloud, but other forms of hip-hop were coming to rise, and people were less interested in hearing rappers rap on other rappers' beats. They were more interested in hearing, like, the newest crooner, or silly Goofy Goober. People's tastes change for the best, I think. Obviously, hip-hop is in a more loose and psychedelic and moody, and honestly, I think it's in a darker place than it has been, and I like that personally. But gone are the days of backpack rap. Okay, Dat Piff live mixtapes. Those are the days of backpack rap, which was a period, and I'm sure it'll come back in style a little bit, and it's in a new form or fashion. But backpack rap eventually gave way to SoundCloud rap, which was then its own form of mixtapes, but less, like, the thing with SoundCloud is it wasn't as, like, packaged. It's not as packaged and downloadable as a place like Dat Piff. Dat Piff was basically like a second iTunes page, but this one was free. You just go on. You're racking up fucking entire mixtapes for free. SoundCloud, you're kind of doing, like, individual songs, and so really, like, SoundCloud kind of was the death of Dat Piff. Even though Dat Piff, they held out for a while, up until, like, last year. They kind of held out longer than SoundCloud did. I mean, not technically, but culturally. But still, Dat Piff did see its death last year. But so let's continue. So yeah, 2000s and beyond, mixtapes became a major tool for artists to build their careers and test new material. Artists like Lil Wayne, 50 Cent, and Drake used mixtapes to gain mainstream success and establish their brand. Lil Wayne's dedication to No Ceiling series and Drake's So Far Gone are notable examples of how mixtapes can elevate an artist's career. And these are the ones. This is like, all of these are just like basically all these artists just rapping over, like, Kanye beats. Like, which is so cool. I'm glad this happened. I wish more of it happened. I do. I really wish more of this happened. Why don't they do it? Just post the shit on fucking Instagram like Kendrick did. By the way, Kendrick's back. We're going to listen to that. New music drops in 9 minutes. Tonight, take a little break from the story. Tonight, we have new Jimmy Poindexter album. That might be what we listen to, because Jimmy needs some love. Jimmy needs some shine. Y'all don't know who Jimmy Poindexter is. Okay, I'm gonna put y'all on Jimmy Poindexter tonight. Speaking of all this mixtape shit, speaking of Drake, speaking of Kendrick, and I'm not talking current Drake and Kendrick, I'm talking 2010 Drake and Kendrick. Speaking of Rick Ross, speaking of Lil Wayne, Jimmy Poindexter is cut from that exact kind of cloth. Speaking of Tyler the Creator, 2010s-ish type of shit. Jimmy Poindexter is like kind of born in the wrong timeline. He should have been born back then. But actually, no, he's in the perfect timeline because he's giving us this now. And you'll see what I mean when we get to it. But he's super creative, super cool. New Terrace Martin album, Nintendo Soul. Joey Valence and Bray have the deluxe edition of No Hands dropping tonight, which is exciting. And then we also have the Death of Slim Shady Coup de Grace Expanded Mourners Edition dropping tonight. So we'll probably do that too because that one's juicy. We'll check out the bonus tracks on the new Eminem album. And that's all I'm aware of so far. All that comes out in 9 minutes plus more. But we'll also, when that does, we'll listen to the Kendrick. Okay. I'm glad you're okay with that. But I'm actually having fun here breaking down what is the difference between a mixtape and an album. So yeah, we're kind of at this point in our story, in our timeline here. We have reached the passing of the torch, if you will, even if it wasn't necessarily gracious, and even though it wasn't necessarily asked for by DatPiff, there was a passing of the torch between DatPiff to SoundCloud, right? Which kind of was really kind of the death of this idea of a packaged, downloadable mixtape that's essentially just like a different alternative to Apple Music. And what I mean by that is Apple Music, you go into Apple Music and you're looking at things by albums, right? If we can open up Apple Music, we're looking at things, we're shopping by album. We're shopping by bodies of work, okay? Same idea on sites like DatPiff, live mixtapes. SoundCloud is more of a single song streaming smorgasbord crockpot, I guess you could say. It's like Pandora almost, where you're not there for albums. You're there to look. You're not looking for albums. You're not looking for bodies of work necessarily. Oh, why is there two Jessies here? Wanted by Jesse? Oh, he changed the name of his album. Okay, anyways, what was it saying? So yeah, SoundCloud kind of killed the idea of what DatPiff created and killed the idea of what DatPiff had evolved mixtapes to become. Not to say that mixtapes were killed by SoundCloud, just the idea changed, which is normal. Cultural significance, artistic expression marketing. Okay, so this is where it stops. And this is where I can fill in. What has a mixtape become today? We are past the 20-aughts. We are past the 2010s. We are past the late 2010s. We are in a whole new era. We're in the 2020s. What is hip-hop today in the 2020s? How is hip-hop today defined in the 2020s? What is a mixtape in 2024? Well, I'll tell you what. A mixtape in 2024 is not much different than an album. The way we consume it is nearly identical to albums. Damn near mixtapes and albums have pretty much, not in a lot of cases, but in some cases, conformed into just becoming an album. It's like it's commercially available just like an album is, right? It's probably just, it is the same price as an album would be. Regardless of how much money went into it, most people are just consuming on streaming, and all of the payouts on streaming are equal for now. So what does that mean? Is there any essential difference between a mixtape and an album then? I say yes. Does it matter to distinguish between a mixtape and an album? I say yes. Because as an artist, I know how I feel as an artist creating. Prolific artists are often creating multiple things at once. And often they get sorted into main projects and side projects. Right? I think this allows artists more room to make money off their creativity. I truly do. Now, are they making enough money? Hell no. But the fact that we aren't, it's unfortunate, but we're not rapping over other people's beats these days. Which means, that's unfortunate, but you know what else was unfortunate? Not being able to sample any single thing you wanted, right? But what did that force artists to do in the 80s and 90s when sampling got extremely crippled? What did that force artists to do? It forced artists to get more creative, to make their production still stand out without heavy sampling. You know what I mean? So, what has this done for hip hop? We can't rap on other people's beats anymore. Not necessarily, if you want to put it on Apple Music, which is where everybody's consuming their music, or Spotify. What do? Well, you're still going to make side projects. You're still going to make B-side material, because you're a prolific artist, but you still want to make money off your creations. Well, guess what? People are still going to eat it the fuck up. Because it's on Apple Music, it's where they are, it's a new drop by an artist they like, and it doesn't take millions of dollars, it doesn't take thousands of dollars to create album art, to hire artists, to get a project out there on your own without the use of commercial resources, which is also important. And artists need to drop commercial albums, and they should drop commercial albums, because that's where they can show what they can do with big money and really make a name for themselves. But I think it's also important that artists continue to drop their side projects, their mixtapes, that they're mixtapes. That's what a mixtape is today. Thank you. I think that was pretty good. So we're gonna post that as its own little clip, and hopefully people can get some clarity from that. So new music drops in 1 minute. We've made it here the timing is impeccable. My timing here has been utterly impeccable. I wrapped that up with 30 seconds to spare. It is 11 p.m. on September 12th, 2024, which means new music has just dropped, my friends. Alright, let's see here. I'm going to... Oh, no. Oh yeah, I think we're going to start with listening to the new Kendrick track. It came out yesterday. Shit, maybe it's on streaming now? Maybe he dropped it on streaming. So this came out yesterday. He put it on Instagram as like a little Instagram post with a song attached to it. 5-minute long song. It's completely unrelated to Drake, which I am thankful for, honestly, because I just want to enjoy my Kendrick music, my Kendrick drops, without Drake fans trying to ruin it for me. I'm honestly kind of sick of that, and I want Drake fans to admit defeat and to go away. And I mean, by Drake fans, I mean people who supported Drake through this beef, which kind of an L take, but let's see. I want to know, before I go and listen to it on Instagram, off Reddit, let's see if it dropped on streaming. It did not. What is all this, dude? Kendrick is just October 22nd, November 11th. What does this mean? What are these little... Oh, these are like podcasts explaining Kendrick. Okay. Fascinating. King Kendrick, we love him. I got Kendrick. I got some high power shit tattooed right here. My first tattoo when I was 18. I am a day one Kendrick fan. My favorite artist of all time. I have 3 of his vinyls. I have seen him in concert twice now. I like I said, have him tattooed on my body. These 2 albums right here are tied for my 2 favorite hip hop albums of all time. Bada Boom, Bada Bing. He destroyed Drake in the beef this year. Not Like Us is a greatest song of the 21st century. Bada Bing, Bada Boom, like that. Another one of the greatest songs of the year, of the decade. Bada Bing, Bada Boom. Love Kendrick. So, with all that being said, let's go listen to this new Kendrick song. And we're going to listen to it together. Actually, before it starts, I need to... Here we go. This is what I need. I need my damn headphones. Oh yeah, I also need to refill my drink. So, give me a second here, people. All right. Actually, glad I waited to start because I almost forgot to pull up the lyrics, which would have been tragic. Kendrick Lamar is back in attack mode with new song, possibly titled "Watch the Party Die." It arrived last night on Instagram. Kendrick Lamar is back with his first new song since Not Like Us, the summer anthem that punctuated his beef with Drake earlier this year, possibly titled "Watch the Party Die." The track arrived on Instagram last night with no accompanying info. The timing seems significant, as Kendrick announced earlier this week that he'll be headlining the Super Bowl. Oh yeah, by the way, Kendrick's headlining the Super Bowl. Coolest news ever. When I found that out, I turned to the old man sitting next to me and I said, no reason sharing this with him, but I was so excited. I said, "Do you know who Kendrick Lamar is?" "No." "Well, he's performing at the Super Bowl this year." "Oh, who's that?" "My favorite rapper of all time." Anyways, this booking has been a source of controversy, as some believe that local hero Lil Wayne should have been given the gig. No, absolutely not. No offense to Lil Wayne, but Kendrick Lamar absolutely deserves the gig over Lil Wayne. I am sorry. Kendrick, do they want to be culturally relevant or not here? You know, like, this is the biggest stage. You know, we gotta have cultural relevance. Lil Wayne could be a fantastic guest for Kendrick to bring out on stage with him. Surprise guest. That would make sense. But let's continue. It's unclear whether Watch the Party Die is a continuation of K-Dot's war against Drake. It's certainly about the state of hip-hop. And many of the criticisms Kendrick levels against the industry could be applied to Drake. Excuse me. But as with most Kendrick songs, this one is going to take some time to unpack. In the first verse, over a gentle old-school soul beat, Kendrick positions his opposition as killers and clowns who've brought shame upon the game. Okay, so this goes on. Let's dig in ourselves, friends. Crap. What an idiot. I forgot to put my buds on. Um. Okay. Okay. Here we go. Here we go. Oh, crap. I forgot to do it again. I'm glad no one watches my show live because they'd have to be bearing with me right now, and that is embarrassing. That would be embarrassing. But luckily, nobody gives a fuck about my live stream, so let's go. Okay, here we go. We're here. The circus is well at work. Down to everyone is solid, but sometimes gotta result in violence. That with the truth to the youth. Graveyard is company, just tell casket to choose. Funny little bitches tell me what are you working for? They glorify scamming, you get your over as a credit card. Google assistant. Glorified scamming. Don't do it. I can't pause the song either, so we're just running through it. The man is the patron, so where is soldiers at? Listen, all that heaven sent a book cause he's concerned with that. That'll change his life because he yearns for that dedication. Finding out what's right cause he can earn for that. Feel for the woman that dealt with clown and nerd shit. How many bitches harder than a lot of you would trade a leave for net proud of you? Fuck do you really think? Dude, Kendrick is hungry, dude. Oh, he sounds so hungry. Get him gone. He's spooked. He sounds spooked. Get him gone. Just in time for Halloween. You know what I need? I need a Kendrick Lamar Halloween time album release, similar to Good Kid, Mad City. That's what we need. We need a fall time Kendrick Lamar album. Without him, keep the bodies organized. Tell me if you oblige. Pillow top, jump start, and then nipple walls. Dirty Mac and bitches, because spirit is insecure. If decisions, do some money is a backbone. I want his head cracked before his back home. Reading your personality, pushing propaganda for salary. When they turn up as a casualty, with agony, assault and battery. New earth, filled with beautiful people making humanity work. Stop followers that follow up with popping mollies from the obvious degenerates that's failing to acknowledge the hope that we trying to spread it. Not his fault, then you fucking head, film that shit in high res. Take God away from me. Dear God, hear me shining. The fuck do they really think? Dear God, draw the line. They're trying to fuse with me. Dear God, please forgive me. You know how hard I tried. Think it's time for me to watch the pot of die. Oh yeah, dude. Shout out Lecrae. Empathetic to hot like D1, but I will. Okay. It's time to get these devils out the way. Heavy metals on my sword. Today, the ghetto Hollywood divorce. Say hello to your future fate. The culture will bring compost. You let them stack. They eat your face. The signatures is being bullish. Not a things to drop. More visible you get, the more spiritual this trap. It's cynical to say I know these artists petrified. The end result in jail that doesn't bell. The drug that full of lies. All I know, my physical is tested all the time. Pitiful, sunk in place soon as I'm questioning my pride. Those blacking out, relapsing one thought at a time. I spend no feelings at the night. I'm in my feelings when I slide. I mean,
the crib would do. Terrace Martin said I mentally relay is true. I flood the market with the best regards, I pay your dues. And so it's up if you ain't one of ours, it's bad news. Jay Strata said I gotta burn it down to build it up. That confirmation real as fuck. And I know many real as us. Locking into what I trust. Looking outside, the kids live tomorrow. Cause today the party just died. Is this a shot at Jay Electronica? Is this a shot at Jay Electronica? Because we're taking shots at Jay Electronica tonight. So what is this? Is this a shot at Jay? Because they have a beef. Appears to be a reference to Jay Westrada, who Kendrick follows on Twitter and is a kid. Okay. Okay, has nothing to do with Jay Electronica. Because they have a beef. They do. That is real.
So this song is another testament to Kendrick's greatness. He is hitting incredibly intricate flows in there that are making my molecules bubble up with excitement right now. So that's a thing. Let's continue. We have more. We have even newer drops to get to right now, though. So I'm out here getting notifications from Apple Music about all the new drops. Okay, Porch's album dropped. That's very exciting. Probably won't listen to that on stream, but you guys should go check it out yourself. I am excited to report back on it next week. Amazing singles from that. Terrace Martin, who just got a shout out on this Kendrick song. New Terrace Martin album titled Nintendo Soul. Oh, here we are. We got it up. Nintendo Soul. Shit. Let's see here. But we have more. We have others. Hold on one sec. Let's see here. Don't Look Behind You by Jimmy Poindexter. This is one, I'm going to listen to this on stream because I want people to... I want to spread the awareness of this artist. I found him through Anthony Fantano, who did a review of one of his albums a couple years ago, which is like impressive on its own to get Fantano's attention. It was a fairly positive review, if I remember, and I liked his music even better that he dropped last year than whatever Fantano reviewed that one time. So he was going by Jimmy, and then he changed his artist name on Apple Music to Jimmy Poindexter this year, which I like even more. It gives him more of an identity. So this is his album last year that I'm really fucking with, Shazam. You should go check this one out. I already know this one is good. Oops. But tonight I think we're gonna give this one a shot here. Let's see what else came out. Oh yeah, the Joey Valence, whatever. Or Joey Valence. And Bray released the deluxe to No Hands. Right here. With like 3 extra songs. Oh, 5 extra songs. That's quite generous. Okay. So maybe this will kind of round out the album to kind of... I was really hype about this shit at first, but then I haven't gone back to it. It's almost like too perfect in a way. Like, I don't think it's not a perfect album, but they wear their influence heavy on their sleeves, let's say that. But it's very good. Very well executed. It's just not the most original music, but they do it very well. These guys They look cool. Anyways. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, the new Eminem. Okay, here we go. Coup de Grace, the Mourners edition. With an extra. Okay, so now there's 26 songs on here. Which originally there was 20. So we have additional 6 tracks. Right? Yeah. Yeah. This is quite generous of Marshall Mathers. Quite generous of Marshall Mathers. So thank you, Marshall. And Joey Valance and Bray for all these extra helpings. Okay. That's all I got right now. So then we then go to Reddit. Right? We then go to Reddit. We then go to the Drop Watch on Reddit. And scoop up everything else that we aren't aware of. So the Fouché album comes out, which makes sense because it populated on its own there. And then, the Joba album came out. So we talked about Joba early on in the show. What the hell? Oh, I quit Apple Music. Fuck. Dre Worthy, Made in TYO, Made in Tokyo. Alright, so singles for this Joba album have been quite enjoyable. Russell Boring. Cool. American Fever and People Need People are the singles from this one that I've enjoyed quite enjoyed American Fever at least. Okay. Come on. Jay Worthy and Made in Tokyo. Should I get that? Yes, because Jay Worthy is having a moment because he was there at the pop out with Kendrick. Pretty sure he's having a LA moment. Time after time. I never got. Oh, this is the. Okay, cool. I like this photo here. Very retro. Yeah, this one is West Coast bop after West Coast bop after West Coast bop, and it came out right after the pop out with Kendrick, so good timing for him. Terrace Martin got that. Sauce Mula. I'm gonna pass on anything City Morgue related. Talib Kweli. That's kind of a big deal, right? A new Talib Kweli album? Oh wait, no, I'm thinking of someone else. Talib drops. He drops. I was thinking of why did I get Talib Kweli mixed up with fucking Sci-Hi the Prince just now? I don't know why. The Confidence of Knowing. Talib has 2 albums out this year. I didn't even know he had a Liberation 2? What? Talib and Madlib? When the fuck did this come out? Mac Miller? Q-Tip? Pink Sifu? How did I know? Rock Marcy and Westside Gun? Why didn't anybody ever fucking tell me about this? Where's the hype on this? Is this... Like, what the fuck? What's Liberation? This is the... Dude, this is such a big deal. This is the follow-up to Liberation. The 2006 collab album Liberation? Liberation 2? With features such as Mac Miller, The Right to Love Us? Is this new? Is this unreleased, The Right to Love Us? Or is this like... Do I have this already? I don't think I do. I know my Mac Miller collection pretty well, and yeah, I don't... That's wild. How have I not heard about that? Unless it came out tonight, and no, I don't think it did. Alright, so not many albums tonight. Gag City Reloaded by Nicki. We don't need the Gag... We had the Gag City... Is this a deluxe? Nicki, you can't do a deluxe. That's just like insane. I just typed KKK on accident. That's weird. The Gag City Deluxe. It's not even in here. Wait, what happened to Gag City? What happened to Gag City, bruh? There it is. So, Gag City Deluxe, Gag City Pluto Edition. What's the Pluto Edition? Press play with future. Gag City Deluxe. What's the? All right, I'm out of Gag City. Gag City Reloaded is what we're looking for. Why am I looking for this? I'm not. I'm not looking for it. It doesn't even exist anyways, thank God. Alright, Juice World Pre-Party EP. I think I grabbed that earlier today. Yep, yesterday. Got the Pre-Party EP. Okay. IDK EP with Gunna. Okay. Pretty much not a fan of IDK, and for some reason I still check out his albums every year. This isn't an album though. This is an EP that I can't even find. Oh, it's just 222. Okay, it's probably under singles. There it is. Okay. I guess we'll check it out. IDK and Gunna collab. It's new. And then, alright. So we got the new Weeknd single. He announced his album, Hurry Up Tomorrow. Including the album cover, which is something I've been curious about for a while. What will the album cover to this final The Weeknd trilogy be? And we have an answer now, and it's kind of basic. I thought it was going to be something more eye-catching like the last one. But we'll see. You never know what these artists have up their sleeves for deluxe edition covers and shit. Yeah, this is the cover here. Pretty much just this photo. Which, this is an all-time great album cover. This one here is like one of the greatest album covers of this decade. And so I was hoping for something a little more eye-catching. But Dancing in the Flames, we have a 340-minute version and a 420-minute version. Let's get the long version. Okay. New Weeknd single, Scooped. No, Doechii teamed up with Katy Perry. That's an L for Doechii. Maybe it's a good song. We'll give it a shot. It's only fair. Maybe Katy Perry. You know, I haven't even given her music a fair shake this year. It's just too. It's not for me. You know, and everybody else is clowning on it. So why? If everybody else is if her fans are clowning on it, I'm certainly not gonna check it out. I wasn't gonna check it out anyways, but now this one. Now she's got a Doechii feature, so she's gonna force my hand here. Miss Perry is gonna force my hand here and make me listen to one of her songs, and maybe it'll hook me, and maybe I will be enticed to listen to the rest of the album afterwards. Not counting on it though, just saying. 4BATS and Lil Baby, so I'm pretty much out on 4BATS. I was kind of into it at first, but I don't know, it's just kind of gross, and then like, I don't know, not getting great vibes, and the songwriting is just a little too explicit, a little too nasty. Vocals are cool though, so maybe, you know, I'll keep an ear out, but not this time. I'm gonna pass on this one. Tory Lanez never. NLE Choppa is doing crazy things online right now. I'm pretty sure he's like just come out as bi or something, which is like a total. I mean, not completely unexpected, but the way he's doing it is very flamboyant, and I think it's pissing off a lot of his fan base, which is awesome because I think what he's doing is brave and admirable. And what he's doing is very cool. Not even just brave and admirable, all the virtual signal bullshit. He's being himself, and he's being very cool, and it's funny. And he's a personality, and you know, wasn't always thought he was an interesting character, but nowadays I'm like, yo, this is an interesting character that I can actually like kind of like feel comfortable. Feel confident in supporting him a little bit, like his moral character. Not usually the case for rappers. I don't usually hold my breath for rappers to be perfect. you know, I'm not expecting rappers to be perfect. It's part of the lifestyle. You gotta have some edge, obviously. But you know, when you do things like scam your fans and shit, that's disgraceful, which is what a lot of rappers do. Or you know, if you're abusing women and sexually assaulting or doing the pedophile shit, you know, those are the lines to cross, right? Anyways, what am I talking about here? NLE Choppa, Slump Me Out 3. We're gonna check it out. New Ferg. Ugh, I just can't. I'm out. I mean, when the album drops, I'll check it, but I don't want it. Alchemist and Schoolboy Q. Holy shit. Ferraris in the Rain. Alchemist and last time Alchemist and Schoolboy Q collabed, it was well, I don't know if it was the last time, but they had one of those Alchemist singles a couple years ago that was killer. Is this another one of those? Yeah, this is like a straight up Alchemist song featuring Schoolboy Q. What is their other collabs? Yeah, Clip in a Tray, right?
Fine, clip them both.
Yeah, feel me? I put your lifeline on ash.
Yeah, I like that one. That's pretty old though. At this point, they probably have a newer collab on. I may or may not be wrong, but there might be some Alchemist on Blue Lips. I thought there was another one of these guys. Yes, this one. This one was, yeah.
How you wake up and not be a fucking.
In fact, in lieu of this new one coming out, we're gonna throw this one into rotation because this one's just a classic. Don't want to forget about that. So I'm excited for this new one that they have together. Kind of sort things here. Oh, shit. Okay. We're staying focused. We're scooping all this music and then we're gonna listen to some of it. Ooh, no new Joey Badass featuring Chloe. Maybe we have a new Badass album cooking, or maybe this is just a one-off single. You never really know. But this looks like a single, like an album single or something. It's giving marketing plan. You know what I mean? Look at this cool ass fucking video of Joey, this like flip phone ass recording. Speaking of cool videos, that fucking Taylor Swift ASAP Rocky video, incredible, dude. Whoever directed that shit was on one. And I'm sure ASAP had a large hand in the creative process behind that. He's a pretty creative guy. You know, props to him for that, I guess. Network the Narcotic and DJ Premier. Didn't Network the Narcotic have another song that I just had? I never heard of this guy, and I'm pretty sure I just recently added a song by his that might have actually been featuring Premier as well, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, he had this whole project, actually. That's what it was. And so now he's still dropping Premier produced tracks. Is Major on here? Yes. Okay. So we're picking up. This one has nothing to do with Premiere. We're here for Premiere pretty much, but this is like another Psychopath. So this is like a same artwork style as all these other singles from the album. Oh, this isn't new. This isn't new, guys. Who dropped this in the new pile? They released it as a single, but it's been out. So I guess that is confusing. Why would they do that? For Halloween time, I guess. But it's not even October. You should have waited like a month. Okay. People get weird with their streaming service. You know, when it's messy industry out here, people. It's messy and it's saturated, and it takes a special type of person to be able to sift through the shit to give you what you need to listen to, and that's what I'm here for. Ooh, Cameron, but FK Twigs is Sexua. New FK Twigs project incoming, maybe? Ooh. Yes. Oh yeah, this is a album rollout for sure. Talk to me. I never listened to this. That's new to me. Okay, cool. New FK Twigs single. Swum and Lenny Loop. So this Swum guy, I've been listening to him because he released with Grimdoza a while ago and or maybe last year, and he's a producer, so I've been scooping up his shit from this year. Oh, wait, I don't have this. Rush and Swum? Okay, that's new to me. Cool. Alright, this actually gives Swum more credibility than I gave him credit for originally. In my head. This is all in my head. Because I don't know these people. You know, I'm finding new artists every single week. So I'm like, who is Swum? Well, I know he's worked with this other guy I know of named Grimdoza, who I know his voice in 2022. Logi and Grimdoza, but now made this connection with Rush, so that's cool. But we're here for this. Okay, not messing with that. Gonna get out of here now. We gotta be in and out. We got so much to get to, so. So much to get to. Let's see. What should we listen to first? Wait, am I done here? No. Oh, dude, being a hip hop fan is exhausting. New Pink Sifu, Eyes Water. Cooking Soul. Cooking Soul. Mikasa. I'm only grabbing this one now because I'm here, but this album cover looks like fucking ass. Or the single cover looks like ass, so. But we'll check it out because it's just one song. Okay, BB Borelli, Shay. Okay, Truck Strangers. We gotta get the Truck Strangers. God damn it. They make the shit. They make so much damn music that I have to keep up with. To stay on top of everything. Chuck Strangers and Astral Projection. Okay. We're gonna grab that. Destiny's Kind, is that in there? Okay. So Chuck Strangers has released 2 pretty good albums 2 years in a row. So I gotta grab the singles. Mike Hardy and La Russell, our weekly La Russell drop. If you're here every week, you know what I'm talking about. He drops at least one song every week. This week it's titled How I Feel. And this is the year of La Russell. So we'll grab it. as we do every week. He is prolific. Okay, Static Selecta with this guy named Leak J Music. I trust Static Selecta and his the artists he works with, and I trust him as an artist. So I think. Oh wait, it's not even in here. Oh yeah, here it is. Stop and Go. In fitness and workout. That's weird. This one might have been a paid gig for Selecta. They might have just got me with that one. This looks very amateur. This looks like it was made by a... Actually, I'm out. Not worth my time. Okay. Okay, Latin, okay, Certified Trapper, okay, Cunning Linguists forever. So, I don't know much about Cunning Linguists. Pretty sure they actually are from the same era and the same, I don't know what, as Cannabis from the early 2000s hip hop, lyrical, miracle rap group. But these guys, I've been seeing press, they are back together. And I remember hearing about them back in the day, but I never actually listened to them. Similar to Cannabis, actually. Very similar to Cannabis. It's almost like ICP or something. Like, you know about them. You know you don't need to listen to them to understand what's going on in the forefront of hip-hop creativity, but they're there, and you know they have a ravaged fan base that will defend them to no end, and you just kind of let them be. Because they're kind of weird, and you just kind of let them think that they are hip hop. They're kind of like your. I don't want to say it. We're moving on. Let's continue. Oh yeah, Cunning Linguist. We are gonna check out the Cunning Linguist. These are Cunning Linguists. Never listened to them, but maybe now is the time. Maybe now is the time to start. I did add their album recently because a hip hop account, Below the Hip Hop. If you don't follow Below the Hip Hop on Instagram, you need to. You need to, because it's run by one dude, and he's kind of crazy, and he's kind of funny, and he kind of reminds me of myself. And I kind of think we're kindred spirits in that way. But he has a pretty popular Instagram account. At Below the Hip Hop, where he posts underground happenings and shit. And he's the one that posted the news about Cunning Linguists reuniting. And I was like, oh shit, I kind of never listen to them. So let's see. YG Tut typically makes very mid music, so I don't check out all of his drops, but I'm feeling it in the atmosphere right now that maybe this is one to add. We got the Elucid, it pre-populated. Okay, clipping. Holy shit, that's exciting. New clipping single. I actually seen that. Got me excited. I didn't realize I'm very ready for a new clipping project. I think they potentially have an opening to release a very, very impressive project, possibly my favorite project of theirs to date. Depending on how it sounds, obviously, but I just have this feeling, and sometimes you just feel it, like, oh shit, could be their moment. I guess we'll see. I don't know. I'm basing that off of not hearing any new music from them in like 2 years. So King Los, Richie. Okay, new Richie with a T. New Richie with a T. Oh, okay. We have a new EP by him coming out. September 27th. Let me write that down. Quiet Warp Express. Richie and Fear Dorian. Don't know who Fear Dorian is. Richie released an album earlier this year that was okay. It was okay. Yeah, next week is kind of exciting. Oh wait, no, that's the 27th. So next week is actually we have a Future mixtape, new Jesse album, new Blue and Exile album, but the following week we have the Tommy Richmond album, which apparently America is hyped about, and a new Mustafa album, which is the singles I'm enjoying very much so, very like Sampha-esque. If you're into Sampha, go check out the Mustafa, Mustafa. Go check out the Dunya singles by Mustafa, and then first posthumous Sophie album, self-titled Sophie album, her first release since her death. So that will be probably what we listen to next Thursday, the Sophie. But let's see. So we got this Richie. Gonna continue, and that looks like it's about it. Def C, should I listen to the new Def C? Probably not. Don't really care. Okay. Yeah, Doechii and Katy Perry, kind of surprising. That is like the most surprising thing from this list here. Nina and Swarvy album. Swarvy? Do I know who Swarvy is, or am I thinking of someone else? Oh, I do know who Swarvy is. Okay, yeah, this is who I thought it was. Works with Logi. What is Perfectionist? Well, okay, I'll grab that. That's not what I'm looking for, though. Nappy Nina? Who's Nappy Nina? Making an album with Swarvy. Okay, well, there's no pre-ad, but I'll write it down. This person caught my attention. You know, this is how we roll out here on Core Day Recordings. You gotta pick up these breadcrumbs everywhere you can find them. So this commenter 5 minutes ago, Nappy Nina and Swarvy album drops October 23rd. I don't know who Nappy Nina is, but Swarvy is a person. I haven't seen his name in a minute, and I'm intrigued by this. Okay. 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 All right. Listen. Listen. We have some music to get to now. Look how much music we have now. Look how much new music I have to sort through now. This is every fucking Thursday. You understand? Oops. And I know nobody has sympathy for that. As they shouldn't. Because I'm just doing what I love. But still. This is work that I have to get done. I have to sort through all these albums and singles. Some of which I might not like very much. But I have to sort through them because the few that I do end up liking a lot are very important and make it worth it. Should we listen to some of these Slim Shady songs? Nah. Should we listen to the Jimmy Poindexter? Yes, that's what we're gonna do. Absolutely. So I'm just gonna go get a hit of my marijuana pen, and then I'm going to be back, and then we're gonna listen to Jimmy Poindexter's new album, Don't Look Behind You. Okay, so I just opened Instagram, and here's some breaking news. Playboy Cardi posts a bunch of photos of a bunch of CDs with different graphics on them with the caption, I Am Music, the album, link in bio. So I was about to get up and go do something, but now I have to go look at this. Oops. The hell? What's going on here? Okay. So he posts this. Looks like a speaker, right? They're all CDs. Some Kanye shit. See that? It's kind of cool. Okay. Link in bio. Let's see what this is all about. I think it's, I don't. Come on. Okay. Yeah, so album didn't drop. It's just like a pre-ad. Play Cardi.
Everything. Woke up, didn't even brush my teeth and some more.
Playboy Cardi. Click around here. It's just Playboy Cardi PBC. Okay, so he's got a whole new. He's got a whole new fucking look. What is this? It's just a t-shirt box set. Album release date to be announced. Product will ship no later than 6 months. This shit's never coming out. From September to you ain't ever getting this shit, bro. Do not buy this. Please, guys, come on. Do not buy this. Wait until the album comes out. Don't buy this. You are not gonna get this shit when you think you're gonna get it. I guarantee you, this little note down here, product will ship no later than 6 months from September 12th, 2024, tells me he might as well have just not said that shit, because that tells me that is not gonna happen. Like, I hope y'all don't buy this shit. Come on. Is this supposed to come with the album? If it's supposed to come with the album, y'all are never getting the shit. It better come with the album being $50. But still, it's a single t-shirt. Oh, man. Oh, man. Don't get scammed by Playboy Cardi. Come on, guys. Don't get scammed by Playboy Cardi. Look at this. This is alone is a scam. I Am Music, the album, link in bio. He knows what he's doing. This guy really thinks he's gonna. We really got a Cardi album before GT. He dropped it, y'all. I can see. I really don't think he dropped it, right? It wasn't in. It would have been in the. It would have been in the drop watch. It would have been everywhere. I would have seen it before anything else. Yeah, no way. So Cardi's still trying to be the most elusive person of all time, which is pretty much played out at this point. Even Frank Ocean has dropped that shtick a bit. But whatever. Playboy Cardi is. He is what he did. He is what he is. He came onto the damn Aiden Ross podcast, or whatever the hell you call it, and didn't even show his face for $2 million. So it is what it is. I hope y'all don't buy this. Wait till the album comes out. Wait till the album comes out before you spend your money on this shit, because you ain't getting this shit. I promise you. You are not getting this shit in a timely manner. It's going to be a year. I think people are still waiting on the damn Frank Ocean drops. And this dude is like mimicking every single elusive move Frank Ocean ever made. So pretty unoriginal at this point. What are we doing here? What are we doing here? we're getting out of this. And what we're going to do here is now give a live reaction to this new Jimmy Poindexter album. Okay? We're going to give a live reaction to the new Jimmy Poindexter album. Now, unfortunately, I'm not going to play the music outright because this is brand new. And I want the artist to get their fair shake. You know, I want the artist to get all of their money. So what I recommend is you go listen to this album yourself. And also watch my reaction to it. Or let this reaction be a determining factor whether you go listen to it. But regardless, I cannot play it outright. So if you want to listen alongside with me, pull it up on your preferred streaming platform and do just that. But with that being said, we're going to press play on this. Tales of Intrigue and Deception by Jimmy Poindexter on his newest album, Don't Look Behind You, which came out 53 minutes ago. Probably no lyrics to this online, right?
Catch a motherfucker like a nigga, that's my day shift. Hiding in the bushes, this a private investigation. Reno 911, Lieutenant Jim without the been around the planet, 4 Giottos on my spaceship. Hunt a nigga down, false identity, my visa. Hunt a nigga down from the towers to Ibiza. Jumping out of plane, give me information. You better tell the truth or you can miss me with that fake shit. Chasing down a Sherm head, tripped him in Asian. Tell me the supplier of the
I'm not too impressed with the rapping. I mean, not that I'm not impressed with it. It's just he hasn't really grown much from the last album. Vocally. We got 2 songs. Here we go. Ooh, that was kind of cool. Make him do a Macarena with the beam. Started solving mysteries together. Came home, saw my mama twerking on the floor. Killed her in her sleep, the culprit will never know. Magnum P.I. playing on the TV, hella low. Names in the background, something in me snap. Funeral. This beat is a little messy. Okay, so I don't really know what's going on here. It's something about so don't look behind you. There's this big Clue vibes going on here. So this is almost at this point, you know, Jimmy, we're almost doing a little too much of the conscious rapping, of the storytelling and rap, of the concept album. It's almost a little played out at this point. This is almost a little too on the nose. I don't know what else, you know, the project may go into something that blows my mind, but I don't know. I'm not really feeling this theme here. But it, you know, it's like very early Tyler the Creator, which is cool, but dude, Tyler the Creator was a kid when he was doing that kind of shit, which was cool for him in that moment and in that time, but he was a kid, you know. We're adults now. But so, okay, so he's killed somebody and they've got to solve the murder mystery, right? And I'm sure there's some greater meaning, like the murder is the game or something, you know, like the murder is the rap game, or the death was hip hop itself personified as Hip Hoppity Hopper, the man, the legend. You know what I mean? I'm not crazy about this beat. We're gonna move on. Yeah, the story. So now we got like a narrator going through it. Like at this point we're in a damn Logic album. You know, Jimmy, I thought you were kind of like on point with the what's cringe and like what's cringe to pull from and what's not. These like intense narrative heavy, skit heavy albums don't connect with people. This is a streaming era, you know. And maybe you're sad about that, but there's a reason people don't care about it. It's cuz it doesn't really fit in an album. You know, like this isn't 2001, bro. We got streaming. We're skipping skips, dude. We're skipping skits. I don't know. There's a lot of words being said, a lot of rapping happening. There's a story being told, but it's not that interesting. This is kind of slipping. This is slipping from what I was enjoying last year. This is too concept heavy. Yeah, this is too concept heavy so far. Oh, he sounds like Kendrick right there. Dude, okay, so this is actually highlighting. Okay, so Jimmy is kind of falling into place here this year with this album. What I mean by that is when I first heard of him in late 2022, maybe early, I think it was early 23 when Fantano reviewed his album. And at that point, I didn't quite know where to place him in my head categorically. He was a bit of an oddball, a bit of an outsider, which I liked about him, and I liked the style of, I like the inspiration of where he's pulling inspiration from, that 2010 shit, Tyler the Creator, Kendrick kind of era type of shit, and with his drops last year, I was like, okay, so he has talent. That was where I realized, like, okay, this is actually like, he does make music that I can listen to, pulling from those veins, which is pretty difficult. But now he's kind of just like pigeonholed himself into some like corner with Logic here, where they're super inspired by these artists to the point where they're just basically ripping ideas from them, like at face value, which is like so lazy. But I guess he hasn't done that. Jimmy here hasn't done that to the extent that Logic has. But in this instance right here, his rapping sounds like Kendrick. Like his voice literally sounds like a Kendrick inflection. Which, if Kendrick didn't exist, obviously Jimmy wouldn't ever think to do that. So. He needs to slow it down. Jimmy, you need to slow it down. Jimmy, slow the tempos down. Slow the rapping cadence down. Like, for every song. We know you can do this, dude. This type of rapping is not impressive, and then you doing like a Kendrick impersonation just makes it seem like you're not even really trying to think outside the box here. Dude, he sounds so much like Kendrick, it's like offensive. I have to skip it. It's offensive. It's making me cringe. Ugh. Ugh, he's just doing a Kendrick impersonation. It's very weird. That was very weird. What? Why is my shit all glitchy? This one's better. He slowed the cadence down, which helps a lot. He's being more himself here. He's more authentic of a rapper. So this sounds like Jimmy. This is the Jimmy I know. The Jimmy I enjoy listening to. There's this like female hum in the background that's going like this. Where they at? Where they at? Where this motherfucker at? Where they at? Where they at? Where these motherfuckers at? Where they at? Where they at? Where these motherfuckers at? Okay. They come from the Section 8 housing. Now this is why I'm here. This type of song is why I'm here. These first two were major misses. Let's continue. Don't look behind you. Cool beat. Cool beat. I like the beat. It's kind of like a strung out type of Conductor Williams in a way, where it's like stretched out in this like really gritty type of way. It's kind of got a Conductor Williams vibe going on with this beat, which is very impressive. Not the only person to do that is Conductor Williams. So if you can do that, it's something special. We got with some horns, some trumpets or whatever. This is like a soul sample chop type beat type of shit. Okay, so this is where Jimmy's back here. He's back on track. First two songs should have been cut, trashed. He should not revisit that style. I have a feeling he's going to return to that style at some point on this album, at which point I will be disappointed. But I hope, Jimmy, if this reaches you, in my opinion, stick to the style of pursuit of the unknown and don't look behind you and a lot of the stuff you made last year and just kind of cut out the mimicking Kendrick and cut out the double time cadences and cut out the corny murder stories and cut out the weird narrated storytelling and maybe you'll have something going for you here. I know people probably hate me for this, but I make music myself. I am just as harsh on myself critically as I would be as anybody else, and I would hope that other people would be critical about my music as well. And I know they will be. All right, we're on to track 5 here. Black Tom Selleck. Okay, we got some we got a big setup here. Oh. Funky. Okay, I like this piano progression here. It's very like creepy musical. Oh, this is a good beat. Yeah. I like this beat. These piano chords are very like circus-like. The piano sample is really what's shining here. Or the piano chords. Piano progression. This one's fun. Okay. Swaggy, dude. This one's swaggy. Clearly, I'm happy about this one. Check this one out. Black Tom Selleck. Swaggy. Very fun beat. Very bouncy. Alright, this is track 6. Armed and Extremely Dangerous. Yeah, fucking private investigator. Oh, this sounds like a Logic song. He's not beating the Logic accusations. Jimmy is not beating the Logic accusations with this song. Okay, switched up. It's different now. Bit of a beat switch. Tippy toeing, tippy toeing. He's saying a lot here. It's a nice listen. Is this long? This one's long. That's my complaint with this one. 4 minutes. Does the beat switch more? It must switch more, right? No? No? Yes. So we get some strings in here. Okay, and then it goes back. Yeah, this beat goes places. Okay. I think this one's gonna grow on me. It's just a bit long in this moment. But at least the beat does go places. They strip it back and then they bring it back with more shit. To the yeah. There's But then there's this fucking skit at the end. That's why it's so long. There's a yeah. There's a minute long skit at the end, narrative skit. You're not beating the Logic accusations, buddy. Not with a song, not with a track like that. What is this? More narration. Like literally never, dude. Logic's been doing this for 10 years now. He'll put a whole fucking movie in his album as if I give a shit about his corny ass dialogue. Like, no, dude, we don't care about your dialogue. If you wanted to make dialogue, you should have gone to film school, bruh. I don't know. He's just lamenting on shit that I don't really care about because I don't know him and I don't like his narrative story, so I just don't care. It is what it is. This a real whodunit? This is like a skit from 1920s. It's all just, oh my god, dude, he's doing the fucking Scorsese shit. Come on, hiding in plain sight. Don't be a skit. Don't be a skit. Can we ban albums with cinematic skits, please? With 2-minute long cinematic skits. Can we please ban that from hip hop? Who's the council here? Who makes these kind of decisions? Is it Jay-Z? Jay, do something about this, please. So at least the song has some depth to the lyrics. Talking about racial relations and just the black male American experience. Which is something that I find fascinating, and I love to get reflections on that. So that one's actually all right. Track number 10, Ready for the World. Jimmy Poindexter on his new album, Don't Look Behind You. Murder mystery, cinematic murder mystery in audio form. Does that sound interesting? No, probably not. This album's okay. I don't know. It's definitely not as great as his album from last year. He actually had 2 albums last year. He had a lot of. Yeah, he had 15 tracks last year. One of them, You Not Me, is like such a cool diss track to like his idols. You should check this one out. You Not Me. This is him proclaiming the #1 spot, dissing people like Kendrick, you know, on an artistic level. Not necessarily dissing, but saying that he learned from them, and this is why he's learned and surpassed them. Talking to Kendrick, Tyler, and people of that ilk. So it's a very cool track, and I like it a lot. But Shazam is the one to pay attention to from last year if you're into this, but wish there was better music on this thing. You know, I suggest checking out Shazam. Although I do like this one so far. This is almost like this is like a graduation style Kanye beat with like a boom bat drum rhythm. But very glorious like strings and stuff going on here. So yeah, Jimmy's out here. He could have just, I think he's just trying to rush, not even rush necessarily. Like I get like a year seems like a long time, but he has to keep his name relevant. So it's a tough game to be a rapper out here, to stay relevant, to make good albums, but to also not take too much time to make people forget who you are. You know, it's a delicate balance, the release schedules and putting together these albums. It's easy to ask a lot from artists, but you know, of course I understand the difficulties, and it should be difficult to make an incredible album. And so I actually have a lot of hope for Jimmy Poindexter. He seems like the guy to learn from his mistakes and to take inspiration from what he did right, and to cut out what he did wrong in the past, and to create a better project. So hopefully that comes down the pipeline from him. Now, I'm not really necessarily interested in any of these other albums right now. I say we get into some of these singles. The FKA Twigs, Eusexua. I'm going to check this out right now. I like this. The beat is moving. You know, the eyes free you are, something like that. You'll get the idea. Beat still going like this. Very like very poppy, like bubbly, very bubbly, like carbonated. This beat is carbonated. This you're sexual. Wonder if I see you. I like this, dude. It's very delicate. It's very delicate. It's very dark and delicate. And that's kind of like my favorite combinations of scrumptiousness, you know what I mean? I like it. Flying capsize, free as you are, sexual. Oh. Oh, the kick drum just popped in here. Oh, it's a dance club track. Oh, fuck yeah, dude. This is what I needed from FK, dude. Oh, it's an electronic dance hit. Oh, fuck, dude. Oh my god. Yeah. Oh man. This is bliss. This song is pure bliss. Now she's up close on the mic. I can hear the inside of her mouth. Ooh, a little auto-tune. A little help me. Auto-tune just on the word help. Was on the edge of something greater than before. Nobody told. Oh, the subtle auto-tune. Oh, you're inside her mouth. By the way, a deep dive we will go into one of these weeks is the FKA Twigs and Shia LaBeouf accusations, which haven't really hit like I thought they were going to by this point, but the things that FK Twigs accused Shia LaBeouf of doing to her are like heinous and very disturbing, and I've never really looked at him the same since I read that shit. And I thought that she was gonna sue him. I think maybe it got settled. I don't know what happened, but I really thought he was gonna get taken down in the media like last year. I thought it was gonna come to a head, and it never really did. Let's see, what else? I think I'm done. I think I'm done for the new music right now. I think I'm done with the new music for now. So everything I listen to, go check it out yourself. Please, go check it out yourself. I will put the link to these albums in the description. But until then, let's see here. Just realized my mic is kind of low. Sorry about that, but I'll fix it in post. In my uploads. All right, hold up. I gotta get another drinky drink. I'll be right back. Alright. I hope everybody is alright. And I'm here, and it's not time. Guess what time it is? It's 12:28. And of course you know that because this is a live fucking broadcast. So what am I even talking about? What am I talking about? Let's get the show back on the rails here. How about that? Let's hit a couple more stories. Let's hit at least one deep dive before we get out of here. And we have an important one. Do we have an important one? So actually we have several important ones, and we could go multiple different ways. I've been wanting to do a Kodak Black controversies deep dive for a minute now. I've written it down every week for like the last month because I think it's important as hip hop consumers to know who it is, the music we are consuming. Who is the person behind the music, you know? And some people may not care. Do I care all the time? Not necessarily. Like, I don't expect the artists I listen to be perfect. I honestly do expect them to be a little shitty because they rap about shitty things sometimes. And I expect them to kind of be coming from a place of honesty. And so, no, do I expect artists to be perfect? Of course not. Of fucking course not. Right? But there's a big difference between not being perfect and, like, I don't know, raping people and scamming people out of hard-earned money and assaulting people, and assaulting people sexually in other ways besides rape. You know, touting violent guns, you know, shooting people, shooting at people, having illegal weapons. That's the kind of stuff, depending on the situation, depending on the facts and the specifics, that's the kind of stuff that we shouldn't tolerate. You know, and why shouldn't we tolerate? Who gives a fuck? Well, we're making these people rich as fuck. When I say we, I mean like with the help of thousands and thousands, if not millions of people. But these people end up as some of the wealthiest people on the planet. At least far wealthier than 90% of the planet, at least. And if that's the case, then we have every right to decide who we want to support and who we do not want to support. All I'm doing here is giving the information that's out there and leaving it up to the people. After all this, after my explanation, after my breakdown, is this someone we still want to support? You know what I mean? Kendrick Lamar. Is this someone we still want to support? These are questions that face the hip-hop community at large. You know, it doesn't really have to do with virtue signaling and that kind of shit. It's like, do we want to be associated with this kind of fucking shit? Not me, but they're just questions to ask. I am posing questions to ask yourself. You know, I'm giving information, posing questions about that information. What do you think? You can sound off in the comments below, and I'll give you my honest response to that, politely. So it seems, you know, I keep getting this feedback from different communities, as if I am trying to, what's the word, like, chase. Oh yeah, somebody said good boy points, good boy virtue signal points, or something like that. That's not what I'm doing here. Okay, obviously I know what's right and wrong, and I'm going to stand up for what is right. But I just want to give this is a hip-hop research stream. And so what are we going to do tonight? Well, we're going to do a little research on Kodak Black and his legal troubles, okay? Everybody knows that Kodak Black has been in lots of legal troubles, but do we know all of the specific details of those legal troubles? What happened? What kind of legal troubles? What are the specifics of each case? What are these details? I don't know. And I guarantee most of you guys don't know either. Okay, so let's absorb all of these details, all of these facts and accusations, and then from there we can decide together how we feel about all this. You know, do we not give a fuck after reading all this? Maybe we won't. Maybe all of this is just BS, and they're just trying to take Kodak Black down because they're scared of his power or something. I don't know. Very may well be the case. So this is Kodak Black, Florida rapper. He's very young. Like, very young. I'm 28, right? And when I was like, I don't know, 26? No, when I was like, I would have been 25, right? He was like 19 or 20 when I was 25. I don't know. How old is Kodak Black? It's a simple Google search, right? He's 27. Okay. So I was completely wrong. He is my age. He's the same age as my wife. So I couldn't imagine being in as much legal trouble as this guy is, but at this age. But let's continue. All right, so some music artists have a harder time staying on the right side of law than others. In the South Florida hip-hop scene, Pompano Beach native Kodak Black is one of the more frequent offenders. His legal troubles have persisted for years, and though it's hard to say to what degree his problems have stunted his career, they're certainly not helping. For those trying to keep up, here's a comprehensive list of Kodak Black's run-ins with the law. So, we will hop into this, but first I have to take a poopy. And that's just the honest, factual facts of the matter at hand. Okay? And I want to give this proper coverage. And before I go and do that, before I leave you guys here to sit and probably just leave the stream, I want to say this. There is not any relevant, recent, current event story happening in the news cycle right now that has to do with Kodak Black. I just think it is important to go over this shit because he is a character that constantly pops up, constantly dropping albums every year, getting support every year, with this litany of what I'm pretty sure is like awful violent crimes under his belt, awful violent and sexual crimes under his belt. This man is being supported, at least 2 years ago by Kendrick Lamar, a guy that I like to think stands up for the right thing most of the time. Obviously, he's gonna have his reasons, rhyme or reason, and I'm always open ears to hear his explanation for things, but we haven't gotten an explanation as to why he worked with Kodak Black exactly. Someone who has these accusations under his belt. Does he owe us an explanation? No, not necessarily. Do I expect that from Kendrick? No, not necessarily. Does he owe that to me? Obviously not. But I'm pretty sure I'm not alone and like left scratching my head and like, okay, so at the time, well, this is the thing. At the time, I was kind of excited about the Kodak Black shit. Kodak, before Mr. Morale dropped, I was listening to Kodak Black's albums that he had dropped earlier that year, and they were hitting, and I wasn't thinking about his accusations. I was just listening to the music, and I swear to God, months before Mr. Morale came out, I was listening to a new Kodak Black album, and I said, holy shit, he sounds inspired by Kendrick. This is like a couple months at the beginning of 2022, before Mr. Morale dropped in the spring. I was listening to Kodak, and I was like, holy fuck, I need a Kendrick and Kodak collab. And I tweeted it. I put it on Instagram. I have the proof somewhere. Not on me right now. I wasn't thinking about it, mentioning this, but I predicted that shit. I swear to God. And then a couple months later, Mr. Morale came out with Kodak Black all over it. And I was like, holy fuck. No wonder Kodak was sounding like inspired by Kendrick earlier this year, because he literally was working with Kendrick. So that being said, all that happened. I was hype at the time. I was like, holy fuck, I predicted this. Oh my God, they sound great together. Blah, 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 blah. And all of that is great. And all of that happened. And Kendrick had a vision. And I don't doubt Kendrick's artistic vision. If there's one thing in this world that I don't doubt, it's Kendrick's artistic vision. And so he did a thing. It is what it is. Not necessarily blaming Kendrick for that. But fast forward a couple years, and it's like, yeah, maybe we should relook at this one. And I'm maybe Kendrick feels the same. Maybe he doesn't. Who the fuck knows? But before we even start this, I'll be right back. Okay, I'll be right back. We'll leave it right here so people know what we're gonna talk about. Okay. Now that that's all done, now that all of that is taken care of, we have some work to get to. We have some research to do. Okay? Now, this is research I'm doing with you guys for the first time. And so this is kind of a discovery stream, as you will. Now, some of these stories I heard about at the time of them happening. I've looked into more. I've looked into some more than others. But what we've got here is a timeline. Excuse me. A timeline of Kodak Black legal troubles. This was published in May 23rd of 2024. He has maybe gotten himself into new legal troubles since the time of this article. Since the time that this article was published. May, June, July, August, September. 4 months ago. 4 months and 10 days ago. But let's start here. October 2015. Arrest on kidnapping, battery, and other charges. So these charges, just on face, are enough to make me never associate with a person ever again in my entire life. Okay, just if I know someone personally. If they are arrested on kidnapping and battery, there's a great chance, despite the details of the case, there's a great chance I have kicked this person out of my life. Probably, hopefully, before the kidnapping and battery, because there was like telltale signs that something bad was going to happen. So that's just where I'm coming from personally. At 18 years old, Kodak Black was beginning to make waves in the Florida hip-hop world after his breakout hit Skirt debuted on Drake's OVO Beats One radio station. That's when he faced his first arrest in the spotlight. Kodak, born Diusen Octave in Pompano Beach, was arrested for assault, robbery, kidnapping, false imprisonment, driving with a suspended license, and possession of marijuana after being accused of forcing several people into his car because he suspected someone broke into his Broward County home. He was released on bond soon after. So what? Holy shit. So he forced several people into his car at gunpoint. Obviously, that's what force means. So he kidnapped people that he suspected broke into his Broward home. So I wonder, did he have reason to believe that? What was his reason to believe that? So let's kind of look at, so we're going to kind of do we got to look at the details of each one of these cases. So, I wonder if ChatGPT can give me some answers here before I just go straight to Google. Are all the details of Kodak Black's October 2015 arrest on kidnapping, battery, and other charges? Kodak Black, whose real name, was arrested in October 2015 in Pompano Beach, Florida. The charges against him included several serious offenses. Charges. Kodak Black faced multiple charges, including kidnapping. He was accused of kidnapping a woman, although specifics on the nature of the kidnapping charge were not extensively detailed. Okay? Battery. This charge was related to accusations of physical assault, obviously. False imprisonment. In addition to kidnapping, this charge involved allegations of unlawfully restricting someone's freedom. So the kidnapping is separate from the, forcing people to get into his car. That's false imprisonment. Although specifics on the nature of the kidnapping were not extensively detailed. Okay, interesting. Possession of a firearm. At the time of his arrest, he was also found to be in possession of a firearm, which contributed to his legal troubles. Possession of marijuana. Okay, background. Okay. Kodak Black's legal troubles from this incident led to a series of court appearances. He faced multiple court dates and legal battles, which were part of a broader pattern of legal issues throughout his career. Outcome. Details about the final resolution of these charges may not be extensively publicized, but they contributed to his ongoing legal challenges and impacted his career trajectory. Kodak Black's legal history includes various incidents, blah, blah, blah. Okay, so not many details on that. Moving on. December in 2015. Late 2 months later, just 2 months after he was charged with drug possession in addition to more severe crimes, Kodak was arrested in St. Lucie County for possession of less than 2 pounds of marijuana. He was also charged for having a drug, so that's bogus. February 2016, sexual battery charge. So this is where we get more serious. Kodak Black allegedly assaulted a young woman in Florence, South Carolina in February of 2016. The woman reportedly accompanied him to his hotel room after a show at the nightclub Treasure City. Soon after entering the room, she said the rapper ripped off her clothes, bit her, and raped her. He was charged with criminal sexual misconduct. So the charge here is pretty damning. The fact that she went and actually, we're going to look into this one too. So let's see here. Details on the February 2016 sexual battery. What are all the public details on Kodak Black's February 2016 sexual battery charge? Kodak Black's February 2016 sexual battery charge involves what? What? This content. Okay, I don't know what it's talking about. Which content will be violate their usage policies? What the fuck? All right, Kodak Black, whose real name is whatever, was arrested in October. What is going on here? Wait, what? Really? It's not gonna let me read that answer? Okay. What? It doesn't like. Okay. Holy shit! I've never had ChatGPT do this. It's so bad that ChatGPT had to block it. Holy shit! So whatever this is so bad that ChatGPT had to block it. The accusations are so bad, at least. Okay, and here it is. So this is even more updated. So he ended up pleading guilty to this. Kodak Black pled guilty to raping a woman. Okay? So that's who Kodak Black is a rapist. Right? Do what you will with that information. Rapper Kodak Black was sentenced to 18 months probation on April 28th after pleading guilty to first-degree assault and battery in an incident involving a teenage girl. She could have been 19, I guess, but... Okay? Well, okay, let me get this. In 2016, he would have been 17. So, I'm sorry. He was a teenage boy. Okay, so... He is beating the pedo accusations right now as of in 2016. I don't know anything beyond that, but he is beating the pedo accusations. That's the last thing he needed, right? We'll see what we find later in this article, but for now he's beating the pedo accusations, which there are none as far as I'm aware. But I was about to accuse him of some pedo shit, but he's beating those, so. But he's not beating the rape accusations because he literally pled guilty to it. The hearing for the musician attracted heavy media and police presence, as well as Baltimore Ravens quarterback Lamar Jackson, who planned to testify for his friend, but left before the hearing started. Huh. He must have gotten tipped off that was a bad idea. Wow. He was about to testify for his... Maybe he got some last-minute info. He must have gotten some last-minute info that, like, bro, that he actually did that shit. Like, even he's pleading guilty. So, well, wow. I want to know more on that. I don't... But for the sake of keeping a coherent stream here, I'm not gonna go digging. But maybe I'll do more research after the stream for next week. And wow. I need to know why he decided to leave before testifying. Black was given the opportunity to address the victim, who was appearing via a virtual feed. I apologize this happened, and I'm hopeful we can all move forward, he said. About 20 fans stood outside the Florence courthouse to catch a glimpse of the rapper. Kodak was initially charged with first-degree criminal sexual conduct in an incident that took place at a Florence hotel in February 2016 while the rapper was in town to perform at a nightclub. Kodak was accused of sexually assaulting a teenage girl from Richland County. According to a police report, Kodak allegedly forced the girl onto a bed and later the floor as the victim repeatedly told him no and to stop. The warrant said he was accused of biting the victim on her neck and breast. The Florence County Sheriff's Office became involved after the girl reported the crime to her school nurse. Ugh, man, this makes me so sad, dude. She was a teenager in high school. And regardless of Kodak's black age, he wasn't in high school, and he raped that girl. I mean, he raped that girl. It doesn't matter. Whatever the details are of his age, her age, their age, the time, his time in life, his place in life, her time in life. It doesn't matter, dude. None of that matters. He raped her. Despite Trump pardon, solicitor says Kodak Black will face charges in Florence County. So this is what Trump pardoned Kodak Black for, right? That's okay. No. I take that back. Kodak Black had a prior federal weapons conviction commuted by Donald Trump on his last day as president. Okay, so in December 2016, Kodak posted a $100,000 bond and was indicted 5 months later. A trial was scheduled for April 19, but later postponed. Okay. How the fuck can you only get probation for this, but years in prison for gun possession? He would have gotten years if he took it to trial. And also, this is with the state of South Carolina, while the gun shit is federal. So, we haven't even gotten to the gun possession. So let's get there. Am I right? Let's get there right now. April 2016. Arrest for weapons possession. Shortly after the Florence incident, Kodak was allegedly seen buying weed from a drug dealer. He then got in his car and drove away. When police tried to pull him over, he attempted to evade arrest and threw a gun from his car, according to the cops. After recovering a loaded .40 caliber Glock 23 pistol, they arrested Kodak for possessing a weapon by a convicted felon, possession of marijuana, and a number of traffic violations. So all the marijuana shit, obviously, I throw out the window, and it shouldn't have ever been a factor in any of this. I mean, maybe if he's buying, even that, I was about to say, maybe if he's buying pounds to sell on the streets, but dude, who gives a fuck, right? About weed selling, which I don't even think that's what he was doing. I think he was just buying, but yeah, the loaded .40 caliber Glock 23 pistol is the problem, if you ask me. That's the problem, and that's why he threw that shit out the window and not the weed. But he was fucked for that. Okay, so traffic violations, whatever. So, okay. May 2016, Broward County arrest. So just a month later, just 1 month after he was arrested for possessing a weapon and weed and traffic violations, Kodak was arrested again in the same county, this time in connection with open warrants related to the previous charges of false imprisonment and armed robbery. Oh, okay. While he was in jail for this arrest, outstanding warrants for the criminal sexual misconduct case in Florence and the marijuana possession charge from December were brought to light. Okay, so at this point he's just fucked because he just keeps running from the law. And then like keeps getting caught up with the law. Like, it's hard to judge from where I'm at, you know? Like, obviously I don't understand. But at the end of the day, it doesn't take some cultured savant to understand why things are right and wrong. You know, it just takes a good head on your shoulders, right? Right? So I feel like I have every right to judge Kodak on this shit. Because he's physically and sexually harming people, innocent people. And then the weapon shit is just inexcusable for anybody. I just fucking hate guns, dude. And I wish they would just leave this country. I'm not gonna lie, but you know, people need them for their protections. And I'm personally not a gun owner, and I don't plan on becoming one. But people have their reasons to have them, and sure, whatever. But it is out of fucking hand, and I don't even gotta fucking explain it, you know? Kids are dying in schools, so whatever. August 2016. After 3 months in jail, Kodak was sentenced in August to 1 year of house arrest and 5 years to probation. He was also reportedly ordered to complete community service, anger management, and community control supervision programs. However, before he could be placed on house arrest, the open warrants for the St. Lucie County drug possession arrest halted his release. Just fucked again by warrants and past instances of running from the law. In addition to that warrant, his charge of criminal sexual misconduct in the Florence case was changed to sexual battery. Oh, which carries a penalty of up to 30 years in prison. So I wonder how the defense got that, or how the prosecution got that changed. I wonder Maybe we can ask ChatGPT that. Why did Kodak Black's charge of why did Kodak Black's charge of get changed to sexual battery? Let's ask ChatGPT. Why did Kodak Black's charge of criminal sexual misconduct in Florence? Why did Kodak Black's charge of criminal sexual misconduct in Florence get changed to a charge of sexual battery? See the details on that one. What's it say? Kodak Black's charge in the Florence case originally stemmed from allegations of criminal sexual misconduct, but it was later changed to a charge of sexual battery. The specific reasons for this change involve legal and procedural aspects of how charges are handled in criminal cases. Here's a general overview of why such a change might occur. Okay, so it's giving me just a vague, like, why it might occur. Different jurisdictions have different jurisdictions have varying legal definitions and classifications for sexual offenses. In some cases, what starts as a charge under one classification may be reevaluated based on further evidence or legal definitions and may be changed to a more specific or applicable charge. So they could have possibly, someone else could have looked at it and been like, oh, just like reevaluated it and been like, this actually belongs in this category. So someone, there's some sort of chain of command that these things go through it, I guess every process is probably a little different depending on the case, but evidence and prosecution strategy. As the case progresses, the prosecution might reassess the evidence and determine that a different charge more accurately reflects the nature of the alleged crime. This can involve updating charges to better fit the circumstances as they are understood during the legal process. From what I understand, he was being charged by the state, so the state prosecution could have, but my question then is, like, what was their reason for reassessment in the first place? So just more questions, right? Plea bargaining. Sometimes charges are changed as part of a plea bargain or negotiation between the defense and the prosecution. In some cases, defendants might agree to a different charge in exchange for a reduced sentence or other considerations. So maybe I don't think that's true, right? Because that's like a worse charge, and before, a worse charge with a heavier penalty. So that doesn't make sense. Legal proceedings. During the course of legal proceedings, including preliminary hearings, investigations or discussions, the charges might be refined or altered based on the findings and legal arguments presented. In Kodak's case, the transition from a charge of criminal sexual misconduct to sexual battery reflects these kinds of legal adjustments that can occur as a case develops. Excuse me. The change was a part of the broader legal process, aiming to accurately address the allegations and fit them within the appropriate legal framework. Okay, that pretty much answers my question. September 2016. Dude, this man was on a rampage in 2016. Holy fucking hell, dude. So starting in February, sexual battery charges February. April, weapons arrest, where he's evading law enforcement and traffic violations and running from the cops, throwing guns out the window. Next month, May, arrested because of his previous legal troubles in 2015. So those have finally caught up to him. While he's there, more warrants start to pile on. In August 2016, so fast forward 5 months later, right? May, June, July, August, September, October. 3 months later, sitting in jail for 3 months, Kodak was sentenced in August to 1 year of house arrest and 5 years of probation. Okay? So all these are stemming. I was like, holy shit, this is like one case after the other, but this is all just like all of 2015 catching up to him by August 2016. He was also reportedly ordered to, obviously in the start of 2016, catching up to him in the back half of 2016. He was also reportedly ordered to complete community service, anger management, and community. We read that. However, before he could be placed on house arrest, the open warrants for the St. Lucie County drug possession arrest halted his release. In addition to that warrant, his charge of criminal sexual misconduct in the Florence case was changed to sexual battery. So he was almost out on house arrest, but then even more warrants caught up to him. Right? So these are all stemming. Nothing new has happened. Nothing new has happened. So at this point, he is kidnapped a woman, which the details on that are hazy. We don't really have anything on that. I'm sure the details aren't pretty, though. He, at gunpoint, assumingly false imprisoned multiple people in his car after suspecting that somebody had broken into his house. So violent, right? Violent threats. Okay. All of that is excusable. He's an 18-year-old. He grows up. He does better. He matures. He learns. All of that is pretty much excusable. Marijuana possession excusable. So it's really not up until 2016. The sexual battery charge is really the main one. If we were to ignore all the other lesser things and just focus on the important things here, the serious crimes here, the serious violent crimes, he raped a teenager while he was a teenager, but still a teenager nonetheless. He raped. Let's look this up. Let's look this up. Hold on. How old was Kodak Black in, well, let's see. In February 2016. In February 2016, he was about 18 years old, right? So, I mean, he's my age, essentially. But, so he's born June 11th, 97. So he would have been, what does about 18 mean? It doesn't matter, really. I mean, the girl was his age, essentially. I think he kind of gets the pass on that because he was 18. Woman reportedly accompanied him to his hotel room after, so, I mean, that's scary. This is a high schooler, by the way. We're talking about a high schooler. But regardless, she said the rapper ripped off her clothes, bit her, and raped her, and he pled guilty to doing that. So that is the first serious crime is in Kodak's public life. That, that's the one I'm going to count. Let's continue, right? Everything else up until where we're at has been related to those other crimes, but he raped somebody and pled guilty to that. A month later in September, he pleaded guilty to the St. Lucie possession case and was sentenced to 120 days in prison. Kodak was released from the St. Lucie County Jail and extradited to South Carolina to face a sexual battery charge. So just one case after another. As predicted by his lawyers, Kodak was freed from a South Carolina jail after posting a $100,000 bond for the sexual battery charge. He posted on IG that he was happy to finally be going home to family and friends and that he looked forward to clearing his name in the very near future. I mean, yeah, 100%, happy to be going home. This is a crazy photo right here. This is nuts. This is like some shit you'll see in the textbooks. I don't know what kind of textbook you'd find this in, but maybe the hip-hop textbook. It looks pretty cool with his glasses on, not gonna lie. This looks like it's straight out of the fucking, ancient hip-hop history textbooks, dude. This looks like straight out of the fucking 70s. Except for the iPhone. If the iPhone wasn't there, I would say, yeah, this is probably from 1982. Cool photo. But still, the man is a violent rapist. Admitted and convicted violent rapist. But he posted $100,000, so he's a free man. Which is disturbing. But whatever. The man is alive and he hasn't killed anybody and he probably ruined that girl's life and her self-esteem for the rest of her life. Hopefully not. But should the man be put to death for that? No. Should the man have a budding national hip hop career after that? Absolutely not. But despite that, he continues on with his career. In February 2017, he was arrested for violating house arrest, assaulting bartender. After appearing in court in Broward, Kodak was arrested for violating the terms of his house arrest related to the charges of false imprisonment in May 2016. Why doesn't he move somewhere, dude? He should move. I mean, he's stacking these Broward cases up like fucking pancakes, dude. Like fucking flapjacks, dude. You need some butter with those fucking flapjacks, Kodak? You should move. It might do you some good, bro. These Broward cases are stacking up, piling up, dog. The decision to take him into custody was bolstered by his alleged assault of a bartender at Club Climax in Miami earlier in February. Charges weren't formally filed against him, but the woman identified Kodak as the man who punched and kicked her at the club, and the police incident report was presented in court. So he's a violent... Like, what is this dude doing, bro? He's violent. He's kicking and punching women, bartenders, strangers, workers. How much money does this man have? That's the thing. Like, I can't stand rich motherfuckers out here acting like fools. And that's where I get pissed. You know, be unknown and shitty all you want. But if you're making millions of dollars, traveling the world, siphoning love and money from adoring fans who expect you to almost be a role model of sorts, to have this much influence, yeah, no. If you're gonna be like a shitty fucking criminal person, I have every right to come at you and to at least give the facts. Right? Right. So I'm gonna keep doing this type of shit. And I feel well within my goddamn right to feel comfortable doing this. Because this is insane. Hip-hop is better than this. Hip-hop is so much better than this. Angry outburst, sentencing, and house arrest violation. Between April 21st and May 4th, Kodak was embroiled in a number of legal issues. That's a short period of time. On April 21st, he was accused of grabbing his anger management counselor by the arm after she threatened to call 911 when he refused to leave a session. She reportedly asked him to leave because he was intentionally disrupting the session by burping repeatedly. Yeah, so Kodak is like immature, and he might be on the spectrum, if I'm not mistaken, and I'm sure he was like the worst student ever in class, and just like disruptive and obnoxious and annoying. You know, I'm guessing here. I'm guessing by this description. I mean, the man is 19. So this is insane behavior. 5 days later, on April 26th, he was found guilty on 5 counts of violating his house arrest. On May 4th, he was sentenced to 364 days in prison. Exactly 1 day less than an entire year. With the possibility of early release if he completed a life skills course. He successfully finished the course and was released in June after serving 97 days. Congrats, dude. I'm glad you finished that life skills course. On January 2018, he was arrested for weapons and drug possession and child neglect. Okay, so we're crossing another serious red line here. Let's read. Despite some legal issues regarding child support for his son, Kodak steered clear of the courthouse for the remainder of 2017 after his release from jail. That changed in January 18, 2018 when police were alerted to a live stream on Kodak Black's IG feed. The video showed the rapper in his Broward home surrounded by drugs and weapons with his child nearby. Yeah, endangering a child, to say the least. This is more than concerning. I'm very glad that he's such an idiot. I'm very glad that he was such a fucking idiot to live stream something like that. Thank God for his stupidity. Thank God for Kodak's stupidity. He could be way more harmful if he was smarter. Let's just keep that in mind here. Kodak Black is actually pretty fucking stupid, and thank God for it. Because he could be like way more dangerous if he moved smarter. But as you can see, case after case after running, he is a bumbling, stumbling fucking idiot. And that continues to be the case with him live streaming the guns and drugs in his house with his child next to them. It's like, it's stupid to have the drugs and the guns with the child in the first place, and it's even stupider to film all of that live for your millions of followers to report to the cops. Like, wow. He was arrested for Grand Theft Auto with a firearm, 2 charges. Wait, what is this? This is same charge. So, yeah. So because of that live stream, he was arrested for Grand Theft Auto of a firearm, 2 charges of possession of a weapon or ammo by a Florida delinquent adult felon, possession of cannabis over 20 grams, child neglect without great bodily harm, and 2 counts of parole violation. A month later, his lawyers were able to get the charges of grand theft, child neglect, and possession of a weapon by felon dropped, which is sick and just wrong, because all of these things were true. Well, I don't know about the grand theft. I don't know what that means. I mean, I know what it means, but did he steal a weapon? I mean, I guess a felon can't own a weapon, so technically him possessing it is grand theft. But the child neglect and possession of a weapon, I guess, so to attain a weapon as a felon is automatically grand theft on top of just like having the weapon as a felon. Like, those are 2 separate charges, I guess. Anyways, April 2018, sentencing for January arrest. Kodak Black entered a plea of not guilty and was again sentenced to 364 days in prison for the remaining charges stemming from his January arrest. He got credit for 90 days of the time served in jail while waiting the trial, so he was released in August of that year. During that stint in jail, Kodak seemed to be trying hard to turn his life around. He earned a GED, changed his legal name to Bill K. Capri, and even tweeted about writing a book. Wow. Wow. That's all it takes to turn your life around? Is that really all it takes to turn your life around? Is that what we're going with? Who wrote this? Miami New Times? I mean, this is a good article so far, but I mean, I know you're trying to be probably fair, but if that's all it means, if that's what it means to turn your life around, then I've turned my life around time over and time again, and time again, and time again, and time again. I've turned my life around 20 times in my one lifetime. If this is all it takes, stuff like that, I mean, come on. Y'all are reporting, right? Are you guys serious reporters? Is this the Miami New Times, or is this a YouTube channel? During the stint, Kodak seemed to be trying hard to turn his life around. He earned a GED. Dude, getting your high school GED is it's not that fucking hard. I'm just gonna say it's not fucking hard. Okay, you go through the fucking motions and you get your GED. You go through the motions and you act like you care a little bit, like a bare minimum, and you'll get your fucking GED. Okay, regardless, still it's an accomplishment. Not to take away from it, but let's not act like that's turning your life around. Anyways, he changed his legal name to Bill K. Capri. What the fuck does that have anything to do with turning your life around? Kanye changed his name to Ye in the middle of his anti-Semitic news media run. Does that mean he was turning his life around to be an anti-Semite? You know, turning your life around has connotations of like turning it around to improve, right? In a positive way that makes a difference to the people around you. Changing your name means nothing. And even tweeted about writing a book. He even tweeted he had a thought about possibly, maybe, making money off of his name. Now that If that isn't a positive turnaround, I don't know what is. See, this is why the man is fucked. Because people are so soft on him. People are so fucking soft on him. I don't have much faith for Kodak Black to really get it. To really turn it around here. He's kind of on the same path as like a boozy badass. Who's gonna be in like 20 years be saying like the F slur on IG Live and talking about how he had his son sexually assaulted by a porn star. This is the path Kodak is on. Okay, and sorry, but Kodak is just dumb, and that's kind of unfortunate about him, and the fact that he's so famous and also so dumb. But there's really no hope for Kodak in my mind. Now, I do hope he proves me wrong. I wouldn't have any problems with him proving me wrong. Shortly after his release, it was revealed that he was also let off probation, truly cementing his freedom. For a while, things quieted down for Kodak as he continued to release hit songs and collaborate with exciting artists. However, things once again spiraled downward that spring. Dude, it's crazy how short of times he's like not in legal trouble for before he gets himself back in it for the same shit. Just a bumbling, stumbling idiot. All right, April/May 2019, arrest for weapons possession. Kodak Black and 3 others were apprehended by U.S. Customs and Border Protection agents while trying to cross into Canada from New York. So he's crossing customs with weapons. Is that the thing here? Maybe I'm wrong. I don't know. Let's read. He was found with a Glock. Yeah, he's crossing. Oh my god, dude. He's so stupid. He's so stupid. He's so stupid. He's crossing customs with Glock 9s? What the fuck? What is he thinking? Like, no, legitimately. Like, what is his team thinking? Like, what do they think is going to happen? Are they just not thinking? Are they thinking they're rich so they can get away with things? Are they thinking that it's no big deal and they're just like ignorant? Like, legitimately, I want to know. There must just be not any thinking happening, right? So let's continue. Kodak Black and 3 others were apprehended by U.S. Customs and Border Protection agents while trying to cross into Canada from New York. So not even coming into the U.S. Like, coming into the U.S. is one thing because of how insane our gun laws are. Like, I could see someone trying to get away with that. But to go from the U.S. to Canada where guns are, like, non-existent? Like, use your noggin, dude. At least Kodak, hire somebody to think for you. Hire somebody to think for you. What's the big deal? You're rich. He was found with a Glock 9mm pistol and marijuana and was taken into the Niagara County Jail. He paid the $20,000 to $40,000 bond and then walked out of the jail with a fan of cash covering his face. Then, less than a month later, he was arrested on weapons charges in Miami just before he was set to take the stage at the hip-hop music festival Rolling Loud. I kind of remember this. 2019, right? He was apprehended by U.S. Marshals for state and federal firearms violations following what was described as an extensive investigation. The federal charge arose from an instance in which the rapper allegedly lied about the status of his criminal cases when he filled out official paperwork for gun purchase. Ooh. So that's the big one. And that deserves to be a big one because he's trying to get through the very little protections we have for gun safety in this country. He's trying to skirt around the very thin layer of protection we have, which barely does shit, but at least is there. The very thin filament that can be easily poked through of gun protections. You know, protections of Americans against guns. Fuck, man. You're rich. Have one of your homies own the gun. Why does Kodak need to put... And honestly, I'm glad, like I said before, I'm glad he is stupid. because this is how he gets caught and taken off the streets before he fucks up too bad. As in, like, kill somebody. Which I could see happening. I could see Kodak Black being wrapped up in a murder case. Easily, dude. Easily. Does not need to take a big stretch of the imagination to think of that one. In November 2019, federal prison sentencing, Kodak pleaded guilty to the federal weapons charge, admitting he gave false info in connection with a January 2019 gun purchase. In November 19, he was sentenced to 3 years and 10 months in prison. His lawyers are just like, y'all, you gotta plead guilty to these things because you're so guilty, dude. That's the second time he's pleaded guilty to the worst of the worst charges, actually. So, of the 2 worst charges, this is our recap here. I don't know if anybody's following along. Why should we give a fuck about this? Well, let me tell you this right now. The 2 worst charges he has pleaded guilty to. Sexual battery. He ripped off the clothes, bit, and raped a high schooler. Pleaded guilty. And he lied on his official paperwork while purchasing a gun. He lied about the status of his criminal cases while purchasing a gun. Very serious, very damning, and he pleaded guilty to that. So, glad we're going through this. Very glad. Federal prison sentencing. Just read that behind. Pleaded guilty. Admitted he gave false info in connection with the January 2019 gun purchase. In November 2019, he was sentenced to 3 years and 10 months in prison. Behind bars, he had heated confrontations with guards at the high-security prison Big Sandy in Kentucky, which prompted him to file a lawsuit that accused prison staff of beating him and restraining him for hours with no access to a bathroom. Do I believe that? Fuck yeah, I believe that. So, I mean, if that happened to Kodak, justice for Kodak, because that's wrong, and that's a violation of human rights. The Bureau of Prisons claimed Kodak had to be restrained because he was violent and spit at a guard. And that, my friends, is why we have 2 sides of it to every story. So, is there video? I don't think so, right? His 3rd album, Bill Israel, was released in November 2020 while he was still incarcerated. Now, this is kind of where I was, like, hopping back on the Kodak train as far as, like, listening to his music, being interested in his releases. And this is leading up to 2022. Before he was featured on Mr. Morale, I was somewhat interested in this Bill Israel project. If we can take a Lucky Lou. Pretty sure I deleted most of it, but this is kind of the start of, like, yeah, so I was like, oh, this song's kind of cool. Because before, I wasn't really up to date on Kodak at the time of his releases. We're fast forwarding 4 years ago, going through the Kodak timeline here. My personal Kodak timeline. I was like, this one caught my attention. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. I'm like, okay, Bill Israel. I didn't know he was still incarcerated when that album came out, though. I did not know that. January 21, Trump sets Kodak Black free. At this point, then President Donald Trump commuted Kodak Black's prison sentence on January 2021 as part of a wave of clemency grants in his last moments in the White House. The president's press team pointed to the rapper's past charitable donations as justification for ending his prison term early. So, yeah, Trump is... he's the guy that got this rapist. He obviously he was in there on the gun charges, but this isn't a guy I would pardon. Let's just say that this isn't a guy I would pardon. Kodak Black is a violent criminal. I mean, he's a violent criminal. So what are we doing pardoning violent criminals? What's the justification there? Charitable donations? Okay. How many charitable donations does every famous person make? That doesn't change anything. Kodak's attorney, Bradford Cohen, a vocal supporter of Trump and one-time contestant on Trump's show, The Apprentice, lauded the act of clemency and claimed Kodak's sentence had been unfairly harsh in the first place. So yeah, this was also like the beginning of the end for Kodak as like kind of being like respected in any sense. And I personally was kind of behind on this. My enjoyment of Kodak's music kind of peaked in 2022, which is after he was pardoned by Trump, after all of these like sexual assault things. But this is why I'm going through this, because people don't really know the details. They know that Kodak has been involved, he's been in legal trouble, which is a very vague statement, right? But it's a little more than just like, yeah, he gets in legal trouble. It's like this man is like violent rapist, okay, and he's a liar, and he's trying to he's a violent felon rapist and lying to get deadly weapons. He has to lie to get the deadly weapons. Like I mean, this man, case after case after case, he's a danger. He is a danger to other people. Now we're gonna continue. I don't know the last time he's been violent or been charged of being violent. But I won't be surprised if there's more of that. Maybe I'm wrong, but okay. Yeah, sexual assault case yields probation. So is this a different sexual assault? This is different, right? Okay, let's continue. We're gonna go linearly here. I'm getting ahead of myself. The rapper dropped his lawsuit against the Bureau of Prisons after his sentence was commuted. Okay. In his song Last Day In, released shortly after he was discharged from prison, Kodak rapped, "Trump just freed me, but my favorite president is on the money." Fast forward to 2024, and Kodak has like fully supported Trump. I'm pretty sure, like he just supports the dude, and it's not that surprising. But you know, this getting pardoned by Trump was kind of like the nail in the coffin for Kodak being like a doomed as far as socially and basically he's headed down the same path as like a Lil Pump, just a little slower than Lil Pump. But you know, regardless of the Trump support, just the stupidness. I think, you know, you got to be kind of smart to be a successful hip hop artist. You really do. Contrary to some people's beliefs. You know, people used to say, "Oh, Lil Wayne, he's stupid. There's no way Lil Wayne's smart, bro. Listen to the way he raps. There's no way Lil Wayne knows what the fuck he's doing. He's just rapping. He just makes so much songs and he's just famous." Lil Wayne's a smart motherfucker. That dude's smart. Alright? These rappers, successful rappers, these guys are smart. People that make it 30, 40 years into the game, these aren't your average Joes, okay? These aren't your average Kodaks. So yeah, Kodak, he's not going to make it very far in the shit. If I had to predict, but let's continue on here. So in April of 21, sexual assault case yields probation. So this isn't a new one, right? While Trump's grant of clemency was a welcome relief for the rapper, it did not shield him from the sexual assault charge pending against him in South Carolina State Court for over the alleged 2016 assault. I love how this is still like fucking him. It's like 5 years later. Like, I love how he's already like gone through the court system for this, and now there's like a new sexual assault charge beyond the sexual battery. So that's cool. Prosecutors in South Carolina argued Kodak had violated his bond terms and that he should be transported to the state to face a sexual assault charge once he was released from federal custody. Citing COVID-19 related court delays, the prosecutors ultimately backed off and agreed to let Kodak remain free until his next court hearing. In April 21, Kodak Black secured a deal with the South Carolina prosecutors in which he pleaded guilty to a lesser charge and received a suspended 10-year sentence. According to court records, he was placed on 18 months of probation and served no additional... Man, excuse me. God damn. And served no additional jail time for the hotel assault. So, I mean, he definitely has been through the ringer for this one, which is not gonna make up for the trauma that he. I'm only is kind of guessing here, but the trauma that he induced in this woman for who knows how many years to come. Honestly, a very scary thing to go through. You know, you're a teenager, you're a high schooler, and you find your way into hanging out one on one with a very famous person. What are you gonna do? Of course, you're gonna go to his hotel room to hang out. And then next thing you know, before anything can even happen, he, like, according to her, almost immediately rips her clothes off, biting her, raping her. I don't want to paint the picture. It's very disturbing. You know, this is very serious, violent shit. Could you imagine something like this happening to yourself? No. Someone that's bigger or stronger than you? No, of course not. Because it's insane to think about, and it's insane for to happen to somebody. So, fuck Kodak Black for that. Honestly, for now and forever. If that's the worst that he ever does, it's fucking horrible and bad, and he needs to be this type of shit. It can't be forgotten when we're talking about Kodak and his career and his music. This type of stuff has to be on the forefront of our minds. It's gotta be. His art represents him. Okay? It's so simple. And people are so married to these fucking they idolize, and they hold on to. Dude, my favorite person in the world, my favorite celebrity in the world, Ethan Klein. Tomorrow, if it comes out that he raped somebody, I'm out. I'm done. It's over. I'm done. It's out. I'm over. I'm done. Okay? I'm not married to these people. I don't give a fuck. I'm entertained by these people. So people who are holding on, bro, you're trying to cancel Kodak? You're trying to cancel fill in the blank. Fuck it, dude. Who cares? Who cares? You're trying to cancel Kanye, bro. You love Kanye. Why are you trying to cancel Kanye? Canceled himself. Give me a fucking break. January 2022. Kodak Black was arrested on New Year's Day in Pompano Beach on a trespassing charge. Still, same place. How many years later? 2016, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22. 6 years later, he's still getting arrested in the same damn county. The same beach. Move. You're richer than 90% of the world. Move. At the very least, move smarter. I mean, like I keep saying, thankfully, you know, I'm just like dumbfounded how dumb he is. There's no reason. Like, if Kodak was smarter, he wouldn't be arrested this many times and he'd still be doing all of the same shit. It's like, it's astounding how dumb he is. Kodak Black was arrested on New Year's Day in Pompano Beach on a trespassing charge. The arresting officer claimed in a police report that Kodak had been at a housing complex despite having been banned from the property by the Housing Authority of Pompano Beach. Wow. The Housing Authority allegedly had an active cease and desist order against Kodak, which arose from its claims that he had disturbed residents during a private visit in August 21. Kodak and his attorneys maintained that Kodak was on the property in August to donate air conditioning units to financially struggling residents. Okay? If that's true, then so be it. The trespassing charge was dropped in January 20. February 22, shooting. Kodak was shot in the leg in West Hollywood, California after a fight involving members of his entourage broke out near a restaurant where pop singer Justin Bieber was having an after party. So he's involved in a fight. What does Justin Bieber's after party have to do with this? Were they attending the after party? I guess so, right? Members of his entourage broke out near a restaurant where such a stupid detail. All right, 3 others were injured in the shooting, according to Los Angeles police. A suspect fled the scene. Kodak's album Back for Everything was released within 2 weeks of the shooting, debuting at number 2 on the Billboard 200. Back for Everything. Is that the one I listened to? Oh, it is. So, this is where I then jump into the picture. This is where Kodak jumps into the picture for me in my life. 2022, right? This album comes out, and I'm like, holy fuck. Get this man to collab with Kendrick. And I know people are gonna be like, oh, of course he said that. No, I have proof that I fucking tweeted that publicly, or put it on Instagram. Like a couple months before Mr. Morale came out, I was listening to this album by Kodak, and I'm like, fuck, dude. This man has been listening to Kendrick and Lil Wayne. This He Loves the Street song is actually very good. It reminds me of like post Katrina Lil Wayne. It reminds me of like the Carter 3 Lil Wayne lamenting. It's actually an incredible song. It sucks that it's by Kodak, but it's a great song. And so I'm like, fuck, man, like Kodak actually has something going on here. And that same year he also released Cutthroat Bill Volume 1, which is kind of cool too, whatever. And then several months after Back for Everything came out, which kind of had me impressed, he was all over Mr. Morale. At which point I was kind of excited about, because I had made that prediction, or not even a prediction, I kind of put that out into the universe. You know what I mean? The Kendrick Kodak collabs. And then I was blessed with exactly what I had asked for. Right? But fast forward these 2 years, 2 years and a couple months, and I'm a little like, why did, I'm sure Kendrick has his explanation as to why he worked with Kodak. He said that Kodak is himself that went down a different path in a way. Kodak is Kendrick, and that's the point Kendrick was trying to make. They are one and the same. They are both. There's essentially no difference between Kodak and Kendrick. I think that's Kendrick's point. But the truth is, Kodak Black is fucking stupid. And he's a violent criminal rapist. Admitted. Pled guilty to these things. Right? And Kendrick Lamar is just someone that's very he's not stupid. He's very smart, actually, and very poignant with his points and his ideas and the way he moves. So I think Kendrick is still, his magic is still working in this very conversation. Making me, someone who has no connection to what Kendrick and Kodak went through growing up as Black Americans in America, in poor neighborhoods. I have no connection to that. But man, Kendrick, he does work through his fucking art, man. Kendrick's got me out here pondering his relationship to Kodak and the differences between him and Kodak. Are him and Kodak even that different? My answer? Absolutely yes. 100% they are different. But with that being said, also Kendrick point stands too. Kendrick knows more than I do about what is going on here. And so, where does that leave me? In limbo, where I belong. But I think these are important questions, right? All right, let's continue. We have more to get through. More Kodak to get through. June 22. How long have I been going? Probably like 4 hours, right? This might be my longest stream yet. Yeah, 4 hours 16. We're pretty deep in this stream. This is nuts. But I'm actually not even done, because I think it's important I get through all this shit. So, we're in this Kodak timeline, right? We're in the Kodak timeline. It's February 2022. Kodak gets shot at a Justin Bieber party. 3 others were injured in the shooting. And then 2 weeks within the shooting, Kodak releases Back for Everything. In my opinion, his best body of work. Right? And then this article skips over it, but shooting happened February 2022. Back for Everything comes out 2 weeks later after the shooting. And then in April of 2022, 2 months later, Kodak Black is on the most important rapper's album. And not only just the most important rapper's album, the most important rapper's first album in 5 years. So it's like huge for Kodak. Actually, must be his biggest moment in the music industry. In the aftermath of all these sexual assaults and shootings and gun violations and all this stuff, right? So that's the timeline. That's where we're at. Mr. Morale comes out, and then 2 months after Morale comes out, on July 15th, Kodak was pulled over by Florida Highway Patrol in Broward County after an officer ran the plates on Kodak's vehicle and found that its registration was expired. Troopers smelled a strong odor of marijuana and decided to search the vehicle, at which point they found 31 oxycodone pills and more than $74,000 in cash. So was he selling these? If he's selling oxycodone pills, that's pretty fucking bad. Because oxycodone is a killer, and it's actually like really tragic what it's done in this country. So if he's selling this shit, like, yeah, that's fucked up, dude. If he's selling fentanyl, if he's selling opiates, that's fucking bad, dude. That's fucking bad. Kodak's attorney Bradford Cohen told TMZ the pills were prescribed to his client for pain relief related to the February shooting. Okay, so maybe he wasn't selling them. Never judge a case based on an arrest, the lawyer said. Cohen said he has provided Broward County state attorneys with evidence of the prescription and that he is moving to quickly resolve the charges, which include trafficking in oxycodone and illegal possession of a controlled substance. Okay, so that seems to be a nothing burger. February 23. In the Broward painkiller pill case, Kodak allegedly violated his bail terms by failing to show up to a drug test and later testing positive for fentanyl. He's going to kill himself. You guys realize this, right? The headline, Kodak Black dead from fentanyl overdose, is like very real. Like, don't be shocked. Kodak Black dead from gun wound. Don't be shocked, you guys. It's sad, man. And this is where we get to the conversation of systems and how history has gotten people to the spot that they're in now, and why history is so important, and why the history of this country matters, where people's ancestors were in the past. This is why this highlights the importance of where people's ancestors have come from, the resources our ancestors were given, the wealth that our ancestors were able to accumulate and were allowed to accumulate, and how that affects the present day. Okay? Because it's really easy to blame individual people, right? It's super easy to do that. But it's harder for people to take a step back and look at the systems at play here, you know? A person like Kodak, like, is there any hope for him? Yeah, of course there's hope. You know, he can make some money. He can make he got the money. Obviously, he's stupid. And obviously, not everybody's going to be perfect. But look at these things that have him running into law. He's running into law time and time and time and time again. Obviously, for dumb mistakes. And not everything, you know, he doesn't get fucked for every single little thing. But I'm just saying. There's a reason Kodak is the way he is. There's a reason that people in this country operate the way that they do. Right? There's a fucking reason for this shit. It doesn't just happen out of nowhere. It doesn't just happen because certain types of people are dumber than other certain types of people on a mass scale. No. Everything is built off of history. Every single little thing is built off of history. There's a reason things are the way they are. There's a reason black people in this country are more prone to ending up in jail, having their freedoms taken from them. You know what I mean? This shit doesn't just happen by the nature of people. I hope my point's clear. I'm a little sleepy here, but let's continue on. He participated in a drug rehabilitation program under an arrangement with the court. Because he had fentanyl in his system. Like, holy shit. And his pretrial detention terms were reinstated, but a few months later, another warrant was issued for the rapper for allegedly missing an appointment with pretrial services. You know, obviously I'm not taking the blame away from Kodak here. Like, he's a bumbling, stumbling fucking idiot, but there are many, many, many black men in his position, and then there's many white men in his position too, but per capita, on a proportional rate, black men are disproportionately end up in these positions. This is not because black men are morally corrupt or morally below white people. It's just so obviously not true. Obviously, dude. It's history. It's prejudice. It's black American ancestors not being set up the same way that white American ancestors were. Black people are still suffering from the restrictions that were placed on them 60 years ago. Their kids are suffering because of that. Now, not all of them. Obviously, this isn't a blanket statement, but generally, yeah. Obviously, dude. Like, and I'm gonna keep preaching this shit until people fucking get that. And I don't care how people take it, because it's the truth. And people, every day, I see people trying to push back on that. And so every day I'm gonna keep pushing it harder until it's just obvious. It's maddening to see something so blatantly true, so obvious, and then to have people deny that. You know what I mean? So let's continue. December 2023, Plantation police claim they found Plantation. What? Plantation police claim they found the rapper passed out in a parked Bentley SUV, blocking traffic in the dead of night. Okay, so Kodak has turned to drugs, harder drugs than he used to be on, and these are recent developments within the last year. Fentanyl, falling asleep in his car in the middle of traffic. Though officers charged him with possession of cocaine, citing a positive field test, the white chunky substance they found turned out to be oxycodone, according to court docs. Kodak had assured fans after the arrest that the substance was not coke, declaring, "I ain't no baser bitch." So I almost think it seems like he got shot and then got addicted to oxycodone pills. It's so sad, dude. I hope he's off that shit now. Right? Kodak and his attorney Bradford Cohen provided evidence that Kodak had a valid prescription for the painkiller, and a drug possession charge from the December 23 arrest was consequently dropped. The lawyer called the case a disgusting abuse of power. I mean, yeah, they're definitely like targeting Kodak. It seems like never like run-in after run-in after run-in with, like, you know, we're not there to see these incidents go down, but man, they They want to get this guy. And honestly, it comes back to this. I want to get him too because he's a violent rapist. I just kind of feel bad for him at this point because, like, just keep his ass in jail. Like, why do they keep letting him out? Might as well just stay in jail so he can't. Fuck, man. Man, it's a tough, it's a dicey one, people. It's a dicey one. I don't know. I want him, you know, I say put him in jail, but it's just like, he needs to mature. If it's jail that takes it to make him mature, then maybe he belongs in jail. I mean, he can't be out of jail without running into the goddamn law for violent shit, right? Not all the time violent, but certainly wouldn't put it past him moving forward. You know, you can't. That's not a reason to detain somebody, but still. The attorney noted in a court filing that if Kodak had a prescription for the drugs, there was no crime and no evidence to be tampered with in the first place. February 2024, this year, Kodak was released from federal detention related to a probation violation triggered by the December 23 arrest. A Miami judge sentenced him to time served for the violation, and Kodak was a free man again. He was reportedly expecting a son to be born the same week. How exciting. Local 10 reporter Rosh Lowe said that as the rapper was leaving a Broward Justice complex, he became combative with Lowe's news crew and threw rocks at them. The incident was caught on camera. Wait, we have a video, right? Yo, well, okay, hold on. We gotta find the video. Local 10 reporter Rosh Lowe. Okay. So this is immediately coming out of jail this year. According to some local 10 reporter named Rosh Lowe, who is a no-name, you know, we don't know anything about this guy. Fuck it, he might be making everything up, right? According to him, Kodak Black came out of jail throwing rocks at reporters. I mean, that's kind of a crime, dude. Like, that's depending how hard you throw rocks. I mean, that's like assault, right? If you hit somebody with a fucking rock. Yo! There's real video of this shit. Okay. Hold up. Let me change my output here. Kodak Black throws rocks at photojournalist, threatens to punch reporter after walking out of B. It just ends there. After walking out of Broward County Jail, assumedly that's what it says there as a title. Let's look at this reporting here. This was posted February 21st, 2024. Basically, like the latest update we have on Kodak Black's legal troubles. Yeah, this is the end of the article. So this is, according to this article, at least last updated March of this year. This is Kodak Black's most recent troubles.
At 11 and only on Local 10 News, our news crew coming under attack by Kodak Black just moments after he walked out of jail.
The rapper hurled rocks and threats. Could this bad behavior land him back behind bars? Local 10's Rosh Lowe is live in Fort Lauderdale with the exclusive.
He's moving.
Rosh.
In this little video here, he's moving like a homeless person, man. Which, you know, like, I know that's a blanket statement there, but he's, you know, you see like strung out people on the streets, flailing, wobbling, going crazy, yelling, projecting, yelling. You know, they're part of the environment when you're in a downtown environment. You know, they're part of the ecosystem in the downtown environment, but they're usually not millionaires. I don't know if Kodak's a millionaire at this point, but I assume he is. But look at this. What is he doing here? He's stumbling and he's like seemingly drunk.
Could this bad behavior land him back behind bars? Local 10's Rosh Lowe is live in Fort Lauderdale with the exclusive. Rosh.
Nicole, and these rocks hit my photographer right in the ribs. This was serious. You know, it is very usual in our profession to interview people coming out of jail, especially noteworthy people. What is unusual is what happened today. Rocks being thrown and threats being hurled. Don't throw anything at our camera. Kodak
What is he
Black.
doing?
Don't throw anything at our camera.
What is he doing? This man is a child. So, all right. So I'm going to say this as respectfully as possible. I'm pretty sure, as far as I'm aware, Kodak Black is slightly autistic. Right? I'm pretty sure that's true. Not that this doesn't excuse anything, but am I gonna go to ChatGPT for something like this? You can bet your fucking ass I am. Is Kodak Black diagnosed as autistic? Or otherwise on the spectrum at all? This is a dead ass question. As of my last update, Kodak Black, whose real name is Bill, is not publicly disclosed any diagnosis of autism or being on the autism spectrum. Info about his health or personal conditions is generally based on public statements or verified reports. If there have been recent developments or announcements since then, you might want to check the latest news from the most current info. So, okay, I think somebody just like said that, and you know, I was never really 100% sure on that, but it seems to not be true. So he's just like a belligerent. He's just belligerent. Look at this video. What is he doing? He's immediately gets out of jail and he's like hopping around and throwing rocks at reporters. He's like hopping behind the damn AC unit. What is he doing?
Don't throw anything at our...
What is he doing back here, dude? This man can't be serious. This is like a man that has never faced serious consequences in his fucking life. Regardless of all the jail time, I don't think he hasn't faced any serious consequences. And you know, it shouldn't take serious consequences for most people to learn, but clearly he has an issue with learning. Because he keeps making mistake after mistake after mistake, like the same mistake over and over again. So clearly he has some sort of like issue with learning. But this is just like immature. Like, what is he? He's like fucking in his own little playground world. Which, I guess if you have nothing to lose, then fuck it. Like, of course you're going to see life that way. Maybe he has nothing to lose. Maybe he feels he has nothing to fucking lose. Which is very sad. Especially for someone who has seemingly all the resources in the world. And this is where it comes back to systems. You know, a man who has all the money in the world still treats life like this. And surely, you know, you blame the individual, of course, for their actions and their lack of self-control or whatever it is, for their idiocy, but you also blame systems that set up this type of situation to happen. Let's continue.
Anything at our camera. Kodak Black. Don't throw anything at our camera.
Rush, call the cops, call the
Just
cops.
out of
Call the
jail.
cops.
That's when you wake the Kodak bell up. I've been hibernating, chilling, bro.
He has been chilling in jail since December.
What is wrong with him, dude? He is hopped up on something. He is high. That's what the issue is, you guys. I kind of take it all back. What's the issue with Kodak? He's high out of his fucking mind, dude. Look at him. At this point, you know, the Kodak we once knew and loved and adored, whether you did, I mean, a lot of people seem to have. That man is gone. Kodak needs serious help. I think he's legitimately addicted
And chilling, bro.
He has been
to opiates right now.
chilling in jail since December, but he accepted a plea deal, pleading guilty to a technical violation of his probation. The judge sentenced him to time served. And Kodak's been in custody since Plantation police reportedly found him passed out in a Bentley with drugs on him.
And by the way, the town Plantation, is that the name of the town? That's insane. Again, systems in place in the South. Look at this man. This man should have everything. And look at him strung out on fucking drugs, dude. It's so sad. He was shot, sent to the hospital, hooked on oxycodone. This man never stood a fucking chance, dude. All the money in the world couldn't save him. And you know, you blame him for his personal actions, but you also blame what he was born into, the place he was born into, the South, the racist South. I'll just come out and say it, the racist South. The historically racist South. I mean, this is just fucking sad, man.
You want to punch me?
I ain't standing you, woman. I ain't standing you, woman.
Okay, I'm not going to back down from you, Kodak.
When
I'm not going to back down from you.
my son about to be born in less than 48 hours.
He's got a son on the way, and this is what he's doing. He has a son about to be born in 48 hours. He gets out of jail in time to go see his son, and this is what he's doing. This is drugs. Kodak Black is a junkie.
Hours. I ain't worried about y'all, homie.
After throwing rocks at our photographer. And look at that again. I wanted to get your side and say hello to you, and you threatened to punch me.
I did.
Threatening to punch me. Don't threaten to punch me again. You understand what I'm saying?
You know what I mean?
You understand what I'm saying? You want me to call the cops on you right now, Kodak?
You know what I mean?
You want to threaten to
This is
punch me
Kodak
again on
Black.
camera?
Are people aware of this right now? This is the current state of Kodak Black. Do we know this? Does Kendrick know? Where's Kendrick at? Is Kendrick gonna help this man? Like, what the fuck, dude? This is drugs. This is so sad. Look at this man stumble down the fucking stairs immediately from being released from jail. Holy shit.
You want to threaten to punch me again on camera?
This how I'm living, how I'm living. It ain't nothing like you seen on BET.
Kodak sings his way out of jail.
All right.
Just like that, he's gone. But the damage, done.
He's out here doing that by himself. He doesn't even have his friends to egg him on. He's out there throwing rocks at reporters solo. What? Okay. So, it's a sad state for Kodak Black. I'm sorry we had to go down that path. It is actually really sad. It's sad. Okay. So, it is so late. This is the longest stream I've done yet. But I have one more story I want to get to. Fuck, dude. I don't have time to get into it properly. I'll introduce it. This is what we're going to do. We're going to give the headline, and then we're going to do a deep dive next week. Okay? That's what we're going to do. We'll give the headline today. We'll give the updates, a bit of the top of the show style, and then we'll save the deep dive into the history for next week. So what I'm talking about is Jay Electronica goes on another very bizarre anti-Semitic rant on Twitter, prompted by a seeming desire to defend Jay-Z and settle the dispute over the Super Bowl that includes posts about Farrakhan, Birdman, Wayne, Candace Owens, and the Synagogue of Satan, which he accuses of having blown up the levees in New Orleans. So the Synagogue of Satan is, of course, referring to just Jews, and something he rapped about on his album that came out in 2020. Actually, tons of anti-Semitism dropped throughout that album. which is disturbing, considering this man goes by the moniker Jadolf Spittler. I shit you not, he signs his name Jadolf Spittler. This man is a Nazi, literally. Okay, I mean, I guess literally he's a an NOI, Nation of Islam. There's differences between Nation of Islam and the Nazi Party, but what I will say is they have extremely similar goals with Jewish people. What does that mean? I don't know. I'm not up to date on their docket of to-dos, but what I do know is they literally hate a specific race of people, and I also know that Nazis exterminated them, right? And so he is cozying up with Nazi ideology because he loves it. He loves it, and he won't stop talking about it, right? And so this is like same ideas that Kanye has been playing around with. You know, the same Jews or black people are the real Jewish race type of ideology that Kanye has been touting for the last couple of years. But I'll tell you this, Jay Electronica is kind of the goat of this shit. And I'm too tired and it's too late and I've been going too long to go into the deep dive about it. But over the week, he started tweeting anti-Semitic shit again, which isn't that surprising, but it's new juice that we have to squeeze out of this. And of course, they're probably deleted now. Okay. So of course they're deleted now. So I'm gonna have to work on getting my resources together a little better for this, to get some screenshots. But we can read this. I don't respect no gangster that's scared of the white man. Period. Okay, whatever. Praise be to Allah, our sister Candace Owens waking up and busting her gun too. Wait till she realizes how they lied on the minister Louis Farrakhan. The war of Armageddon has begun. So this is him saying that open anti-Semite Louis Farrakhan is misunderstood, and open self-hating fucking basically racist and also Jew-hating Candace Owens. You know, he's coming out defending the far right. That's what Jay Electronica is doing here, and is actually very on brand for a member of the Nation of Islam. Very on brand to be coming out defending the alt-right, right? The people who are known for being Nazi adjacent, the people who are known for being white nationalists, the people who are basically paranoid of the white replacement theory. This is who people like Jay Electronica and Kanye West have decided that they agree with. Which is fine. You don't have to be a leftist to be a hip hop artist, right? But I do expect you to not be a racist to be a hip hop artist, and that's exactly what these people are doing. It's exactly what Jay Electronica is at this point. He's racist, and that's anti-Semitism is racism against the Jewish race, which is a race of people. It's also a religion, but it is a race of people, and a lot of people also want to equate being a Jew to being a Zionist, which is also just not true. Zionism is a thing. And then there's also Jewish people. And there's, obviously Israel is a Jewish state, but not all Israelis are Zionist, and not all Israelis believe in far-right Zionism. So there's a lot of different crevices and corners and twists and turns, and it can be very confusing. But to make it simple, what Jay Electronica is doing here is saying that he's going to die on the side of Adolf Hitler. Okay? So that's like saying that we're going to die on the side of fucking Osama bin Laden, which is equally as insane. The DA put all our families in jail for life over nothing. The Synagogue of Satan blew the levees and so basically what he's saying here is that he's voting for Trump. That's what this is, because the district attorney put all our families in jail for life over nothing. So he's saying that we aren't going to elect a district attorney, which is what Kamala is. He's also backing up Candace Owens. Praise be Allah to our sister Candace Owens, waking up and busting her gun too. Talking about just like verbally, she's busting her gun constantly. She supports Trump. She's a Republican, which is, it's one thing to be a Republican. It's another thing to be a anti-Semitic, racist, hateful, Zionist, immigrant-fearing freak, which is unfortunately what the Republican Party has embraced as its talking points. But what Jay-elect here is something more than just a Republican. He's part of the Nation of Islam, which I don't necessarily understand, but it's an extremist group. It's very extremist, and they're very racist against Jewish people, and they like to agree with the points of one Adolf Hitler, as Jay-elect here is signing his name Jadolf Spittler. Like, we're not supporting this man anymore, right? I mean, sure, if you support him, by all means, if you want to excuse racism, but like, we're not even talking about just like silly racism. We're talking about joking of the deaths of this race of people. We're talking about joking about the deaths, the genocide of a race of people. Joking about it, taunting it on. Like, this is sick. Okay, this is sick and disturbed. I don't know if this has to do with Palestine. I don't know what his, apparently, I guess this has to do with the Super Bowl and defending Jay-Z and the whole Kendrick pick and how Jay-Z is picking Kendrick. Jay-elect, nobody asked for your opinion on any of this, dude. Nobody cares. The whole city been gentrified. They tore down all the projects, and they're ready to go to war with their own self over a football game. Wake up, we all we got. I mean, yeah, I agree with this. Who gives a shit about a football game? Where were people out when they own self over a football? Yeah, I was tweeting this. I was posting this on Threads during the debate. Y'all hanging out, y'all tweeting on the 4th of July, but where you at now? Y'all tweeting on the Friday night football game, but where y'all at now on the Friday night debate of the fate of the country game? You know what I mean? People's priorities are fucked, if you ask me. Jadolf Spittler is a crazy self-title. So yeah, there's a lot of backstory, a lot of history to Jay Electronica being an anti-Semite, a lot of history to Jay Electronica's foray into the Nation of Islam. And I will do a deep dive into the past details on that. We spent a long time on the Kodak thing and the cannabis thing at the beginning, so it's been a very long stream. I'm about to get out of here because it's been about 5 hours, but we're gonna do a deep dive into Jay-elect's his thought crimes. That's a bad term, but it's kind of funny to use sometimes because, I mean, there is no such thing as a thought crime, but these are teetering on it, if you know what I mean. I mean, this is giving praise to a mass murderer. Like, this is extreme beyond extreme. You know what I mean? Like, so, and he's not joking. He's not joking with the Jadolf Spittler. He's used this many times for many years, and he pretty sure he claimed that title on his album in 2020. His collab album with Jay-Z, which is it sucks so bad because it's a great album, but when you dig into it, it's very icky, very creepy, very I mean, the whole NOI and like. The whole NOI, it's very cult-like. It's very cultish. Not much unlike most religions, but the ideology is scary. It's a little scary. So Jay-elect, not cool for that, bro. Not cool. Very uncool, Mr. Jay-elect. Very uncool. It's 2:20 in the morning. I've been on here for 5 hours. Right? Something like that. Yeah. 4.5 hours. 4 hours, 30 minutes. Thank you. People are actually watching this shit. Holy shit. I've never, one concurrent viewer. Salute to you, my friend. This is Scratched Up Live. Quarter Day Recordings. Scratched Up Live. On Quarter Day Recordings. Scratched Up Live. We go live Thursday nights. It's kind of been the routine here. I like to do it on Thursday nights because we can catch the new music drops at 11 p.m. Make sure you subscribe. Make sure to follow the social medias. Follow at Quarter Day Recordings. No spaces, no periods. At Quarter Day Recordings on Instagram, on TikTok, and on Threads. To keep up with the community. We got things happening. We got I'd like to set up more community related content. I'd like to maybe do some like debates, live debates, hip hop related debates. That would be really fun. But you got to follow the social medias to know what's going on, because throughout the week I'm posting videos, I'm posting clips. I'm getting into debates in the comments with Brad Paisley fans, with cannabis fans, and they're losers. They're idiots. And go check out the comments on the cannabis, you mean Scamabus video. Go check out the comments on the LL Cool J was accidentally racist, Brad Paisley was racist on purpose video, and you'll kind of get an idea of what we're going for with this channel. This has been Scratched Up Live, number 13, your first stop on YouTube for hip-hop discussion and production. I am Derek Obscure. Follow me on social media too as well, at Derek Obscure. No spaces, no periods, on Instagram and Threads, at Derek Obscure. All that shit is linked in the description. I love you. Thanks for joining. Catch me again next week, next Thursday, and hit that subscribe button to catch the clips that I post of this stream throughout this coming week. Peace. I'm out.